Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the West Orange Board of Education Public Board meeting on Monday, April 20th, 2026. I would like to thank all of you here in person and those watching from home for joining us tonight. I would like to welcome my fellow board members, as well as Mr. Moore, Ms. Flowers, and our board attorney, Mr. Giacobbe. Ms. Flowers, would you please take the roll call?
Good evening. Roll call. Dr. Bryant.
Here.
Mr. Ifker.
Here.
Mr. Stevenson.
Here.
Ms. Vera.
Here.
Mr. Rock.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests are discussed or acted upon. In accordance with new legislation designed to modernize public communication, notice is hereby given that the complete text of each legal notice issued on behalf of the West Orange Board of Education may be obtained or viewed on the district website. Visitors can also visit the New Jersey Secretary of State's legal notices website. Once the required display period expires, notices will be transferred to the legal notices archive. Archive notices will be available for a period of 1 year. Please be advised, this meeting is being recorded and may be broadcasted on local TV and the district's website at a future date.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. In consideration of the closed and public meetings of March 26, 2026, do I have a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Any comments? Hearing none. Ms. Flowers, please take the roll.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Ifker,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Vice President Vera,
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next, good evening to our student liaison, Adam Bearcat. Would you please share your report with us at this time?
Good evening, everyone. Starting with athletic and student achievement, the West Orange Football Mountaineers competed at the 35th Annual Chuck Mound Football Challenge at the Marauder Dome, earning the Team Challenge title. Top performers included Sidney Padilla, Daniel Lewis, Dante Palmer, Samuel Furr, Dylan Adams, and Aiden Watt. The West Orange High School chess team placed 25th nationally at the K-12 Scholastic Chess Championships in Chicago, a historic finish in their first national appearance following their state championship win. Student musicians earned top honors at the North Jersey Region 1 Concert Band Festival. Some of the best soloists included Louvain Lafleur, Tim Coe, and Michael Battle, and the ensemble results included the wind ensemble winning gold, the symphonic winds winning silver, and the concert band winning bronze. Moving on to student experiences and travel, during spring break, students traveled to the Dominican Republic for a service trip that was 6 days long, where students participated in service work with TEEM and TECHO. Moving on, students also traveled to Italy for a cultural immersion that lasted 10 days, where visits included the Colosseum and Pompeii with hands-on experiences, including cooking, artisan learning, and cultural exploration. Moving on to arts, cultural, and student life, the Roosevelt Middle School Drama Club attended a Broadway performance of Death Becomes Her, building inspiration for their own production. There's an upcoming show, Moana Jr., during April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, and tickets can be found on rms.booktix.com. Moving on to community and family engagement, Family Math Night, hosted at elementary schools, was hosted by NJEA's FAST program and West Orange Education Association. This focused on hands-on learning and family collaboration. Moving on to health and wellness, Washington Elementary School hosted the Pediatric Mobile Health Clinic at RWJ Barnabas Health and Essex County Initiative, which provided free physical exams, vision screenings, and hearing tests. Moving on, important dates and announcements. The class of 2026 graduation ceremony will be hosted at the Richard J. Cody Arena on Thursday, June 18th, 2026.
Thank you very much, Adam. Next up, Mr. Moore, it is time for your report. Would you please share your superintendent's report with us?
Yes, good evening, everyone. We have three events on my report tonight. First, I would like to call on our supervisor of world language and ESL, Mr. Felix Plata, where we will recognize our national multilingual during National Multilingual Appreciation, some of our world language students. Mr. Plata? You want to go up there? I would just like to ask the board if they would like to take a seat in the front row so that we can have the students come up front.
Hello, hello. Good evening, good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Moore, President Rock, to the rest of the board, to our community at large. Tonight, as was mentioned, we are recognizing outstanding students and the educators that work with them every day and in the afternoons and sometimes early evenings. We recognize them in the spirit of the United States Department of Defense Multilingual Advocacy Month. We celebrate not just academic achievement, but also a profound commitment to global citizenship by our district and wonderful students. Specifically tonight, we are recognizing the accomplishments of two groups of high school students who embody the values of our district and our language programs, which are to develop multilingual, globally competent, and culturally responsive citizens. Now, for our first group of honorees, these members of the West Orange High School Team Chapter, TEEM, powered by the students of our Spanish 4 program, FDU Dual Enrollment course, prove that advanced language study is an ultimate catalyst for global impact. This year, the class transformed their coursework into real-world success. Among many accomplishments, they won a top-funded team title at the Team Shark Tank competition for the West Orange High School's World Cup tournament, which will be held here at the high school on Friday, May 29th. This initiative was led by Rohan Mehta and Joshua Montague and Elon Salama. In addition, individual excellence is also on display as student Aishwarya Jacob earned a $7,000 scholarship to Lehigh University's Global Entrepreneurship Intensive Program for this coming summer. The program's reach is further amplified by Team Global Ambassadors Ayo Osayande and Mia Senya, who collaborate across districts to expand Team's mission, lead new initiatives, and provide vital strategic feedback to Team's global staff. This program's impact, as was mentioned earlier, culminated during spring break 2026, when 10 students traveled to Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, and in just 3 days, these amazing students applied their bilingual skills learned in their classrooms, their labor, and their heart to build a home for a local family, then spending the remainder of their trip fully immersed in the history and vibrant culture of the Dominican Republic. Tonight, we celebrate these students as they successfully complete the Spanish Level 4 curriculum, developing crucial entrepreneurial skills, raising awareness of global issues, developing a second language, and having the opportunity to earn up to 6 college credits. So tonight, we applaud these following students: As I call your name, students, please come up. Alexandra Morales. And then you could stand that way. Joshua Montague. Justin Weinshank. Rohan Mehta. Aishwarya Jacob. Logan Zambrana. Mia Sena, who's also a team ambassador and will be representing West Orange at the UN. Ava de Barros. Gabriel Bach. Ilan Salama. Ayo Osayande, another team ambassador representing at the United Nations. Liam Dodson. Mary Dada, Shayla Ruiz, and George Macrianis. Now, you all received individual applause. You're receiving certificates for your outstanding accomplishments, your dedication, your understanding, and your internalization of our mission in West Orange is to become globally competent, culturally responsive, and multilingual students. The multilingualism is what provides the door for those other two valuable skills, which every year we could see in our world the need, a greater and greater need for those skills. So thank you, and one more applause for this group of students. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, that's okay. All right. Now, this next group of honorees. Every year, the New Jersey Department of Education, who recognizes the value of developing and recognizing multilingual proficiency, offers districts the opportunity to recognize graduating seniors with the seal of biliteracy. In order to earn this distinction, graduating seniors must demonstrate proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing through a department, an NJDOE approved standardized assessment. This assessment is 3 hours long. I'm proud to report that this year, the graduating class of 2026 will have 86 students who have earned this distinction. Applause for all of them. Aside from the cultural and societal importance of this accomplishment, students who earn this recognition can also earn up to 3 college credits at the university they choose to attend. Tonight, we celebrate 10 of those seniors who have earned the New Jersey Department of Education seal of biliteracy in 3 languages. These students have demonstrated exceptional proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in English and 2 other languages. The languages that these students represent include English, French, Spanish, Italian, Haitian Creole, Dutch, and Arabic. This accomplishment represents countless hours of dedication, a deep respect for linguistic diversity, and a commitment to academic excellence. These students are not only proficient in multiple languages, they are also better equipped to navigate our complex world, connect with diverse communities, and contribute to a more inclusive society. They understand that the true significance of multilingualism is to gain insight, empathy, and understanding of multiple perspectives in order to more efficiently navigate our complex world. So to these students, as we call up your names, we applaud you. Yves Bayol for French and Haitian Creole. Casey Fernandez Barrios for Spanish and Italian. Elias Hassouni for French and Arabic. Emile Nang for French and Dutch. Sandra Lemus for Spanish and French. Saina Methalus, French and Haitian Creole. Suri Perez Redrovan for Spanish and Italian. Camila Rosario Taveras for Spanish and Italian. Shayna Saint Hilaire, French and Haitian Creole. And Isla Woodard, French and Italian. To these students, once again, thank you for not only what you've done so far, but what I'm sure, and everyone in this room is sure you will be contributing to our society in the future. So thank you. So thank you to the board again for all that you do to support our students and our programs, and to, of course, our teachers who, without them, they would not be where they are. So thank you.
At this time, there'll be a brief presentation this evening concerning health benefits from our brokers, Brown and Brown. I'd like to call them to the podium.
Just going to give it a minute for this to load up. She walked away. Woman, she walked away from me. Good. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Morrow. I'm a vice president with Brown and Brown. Joining me tonight are Jim Finn, senior vice president, and Mary Muscarella, vice president at Brown and Brown as well. We are part of the account team that represents the district's health benefits. We thought it was important to come out tonight and give some information and insight as to what's happening from a healthcare perspective, not just at West Orange, but statewide in New Jersey for school districts. To start, I want to give a brief summation about what we're looking at as far as healthcare costs, trends, and exposure to the school district. The first point, I can't stress this enough. The upcoming fiscal year, July 26th through June of 27, is the most challenging health insurance year we've had in New Jersey for school districts and basically every other sector of coverage in over 25 years. A lot of things are driving these costs. But from a healthcare perspective, we're seeing a couple of underlying themes. Now, my firm represents over 300 school districts in New Jersey. That's more than half of the market. We're seeing this north to south in New Jersey. From a medical perspective, it's a lot to do with inflation, catching up with healthcare trends on reimbursements to providers and physician groups. We're seeing that number somewhere around 12%. To put in perspective what that means, the cost of healthcare, aside from your claims experience, goes up 12% year over year right now. That's the highest it's been in my 20 years in healthcare. Prescription is even more drastic. The costs on the prescription health side, driven by specialty medications and recently developed GLP-1 medications for weight loss, is over 20%. What that means is year over year, you're seeing a 12% increase in your medical claims before your experience kicks in, and 20% on the prescription drugs. And that's the state of healthcare in New Jersey, the second highest cost of healthcare in the country. The third thing I want to point out is something that's unique to school districts in the state. In June of 2020, there was a state law passed called Chapter 44. This mandated that every public school district in New Jersey offer something called through Chapter 44, the Educators and Garden State Health Plan. What's unique about these benefits is every district has to offer these two plan designs with mandated benefits and a mandated contribution schedule. Most important, that cannot be bargained, meaning those benefits are in place for 7 years. That plan does not become negotiable until 1/1 of 28. In district today, we see 66% of staff in one of those two plans. So 2/3 of the enrollment in district is in an educator's plan or the Garden State plan. The next slide is what we call our pie chart. This is a graph that shows the location of health insurance for all 583 school districts in New Jersey. We like to break this out so you can see from a visual perspective where people are procuring their health insurance in New Jersey. Now, this chart is reflective of July 1st of 2025. We typically update this every fiscal year for July 1st because that's when we see the largest amount of transitions for school districts for health benefits. As of last July, we take a look at the largest piece of the pie. It's the SEHBP, or the School Employees Health Benefits Program, that had roughly 199 or 34% of school districts participating. Now, some of you have seen the headlines, what's going on in New Jersey, but this plan received an increase of 34% to their healthcare costs, 1/1 of 26. So a significant increase. That 199 that was in there last July, so 9 months ago, is now less than 170. We expect that number to be less than 150 participating employers by this coming July. Second biggest piece of this puzzle is the purple piece. This is called the Schools Health Insurance Fund. This is where West Orange has their coverage today. The district entered into this arrangement July 1st of 2024, and there's about 122 school districts participating today, about 21% of the market. The next largest is the blue slice, which stands for Horizon Blue Cross. That's where the district had their health benefits up until July of 2018. For many years, even back in my Blue Cross days, West Orange was always with Blue Cross, but from a cost perspective, they had to make a change in July of 2018. And that slice is about 120 school districts, again, about 21%, but it's the third overall largest slice of coverage. Next up, we see a drop-off to the red slice. That is a proprietary Brown & Brown product with AmeriHealth called the Public Employer Trust. There's 53 school districts, a little less than 10% of the population. Typically, this is a fully insured vehicle. It does not really work for districts of your size. It's for smaller school districts. Next up is the black slice. We have about 32 school districts that are self-funded. What this means is they go out on their own and procure insurance and associate the risk. Now, you have the best of both worlds in district today because your purple slice that you're in, the School's Health Insurance Fund, is self-insured, but you're pooled without risk. I'm not going to steal Jim's thunder on that one. The last three slices, the yellow slice is Aetna. The district had your insurance directly through Aetna from 2018 through 2024 before moving into the School's Health Insurance Fund. And then the last three is another health insurance fund and the new fund, New Jersey Solutions Joint Health Insurance Fund. That's it. I'm going to turn it over to Jim to jump into some more details about costs.
Thank you, Mike. And I do want to thank Ms. Flowers, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Rock for inviting us in here this evening. Good evening. So next slide, please. So keeping with that same color scheme, what are some of the details behind what's going on with costs? Because as Mike's slide indicated, there's plenty of competition for school district health insurance. But given the richness of the population or the richness of the benefits, the sophistication of the population relative to accessing healthcare, competition alone isn't going to do anything about the runaway cost of healthcare. So we divide into headwinds and chaos, things that have been going on for a while under headwinds, and recent things that have created a more chaotic market environment. These headwinds include things like hospital reimbursement demands. Hospitals learned a long time ago that the larger they are, the more they can dictate pricing terms to the companies that actually pay for the cost of healthcare, whether it be Aetna, Horizon, AmeriHealth, et cetera. GLP-1 utilization is through the roof. 66% of the people in the country are eligible for these drugs based on FDA guidelines. They're expensive and they're very impactful. So they've been very successful in terms of helping people with obesity and related disease states, but at a significant cost. Poor population health. I think we all developed collective amnesia about this thing called the COVID pandemic. Yet, what clinicians tell us is we're still seeing cancers caught at later stages than would otherwise be the case had COVID not interrupted our healthcare. There's still higher instances of accessing services for mental health care, and also things like GI illnesses and musculoskeletal diseases, which the clinicians trace as well to lifestyle changes as a result of the pandemic. Chapter 44, Mike referenced earlier, even though the plan visited significant payroll deduction relief for educators and others in the field, the net cost to most school districts actually went up, because while the premium cost of the mandated plans was less than the typical school district plan, the employee contribution was even less than that. And at the bottom, you see things like the end of Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies has led to more uninsured people in 2026. Those folks still access healthcare, but they access it at the emergency room, and the cost of that care is shifted to what hospitals charge folks that have insurance. On the other side of the graphic, the sudden rush of chaos. So in May of 2025, the state treasurer issued what we call the death spiral report, stating that the state health benefits plan, or as it's known for schools, the school employee health plan, was unstable, unsustainable, and on the municipal side, she went as far as to say it should be wound down in an orderly fashion. And if that was not enough of a breakup note, come 1/1/26, the school silo experienced a 31% rate increase. That was that gray slice in the pie chart that Mike illustrated. And on the municipal side, it was 37%. So the average was 34%. Other things that came along include Horizon being required to settle with the state of New Jersey for $100 million of overpayments in administering the state plan. And then we had a new risk bearer enter the market. Mike referred to it earlier. It's the green slice, the New Jersey Solutions Joint Health Insurance Fund. So at the bottom here, you see how the impact of all of these headwinds and all of this chaos have been realized with the different risk bearers. State Health Benefits Plan, average increase of 31% on medical. We're projecting for 1/1/27, another 29%, and the consultant to the state health plan said as much in a recent mid-year report. Schools Health Insurance Fund, while they've been operating in a slight structural deficit, they're still well capitalized. As of the date of this slide, they had $141 million in cash. We were projecting a rate increase overall for the fund of about 18% on medical, 25% on drug. Horizon, their rate increases are all over the place. Districts with fewer than 150 employees, the actual final rate increase for those districts was 23.5%. We had been projecting closer to 21%. Larger, what we call experience rated districts that are insured on their own, we're seeing rate increases of 35, 37, 39%, all driven by the underlying cost of healthcare and population health, and similar impacts on the rest of the market and the rest of the risk bearers. Next slide, please. So this is not just a New Jersey problem. It's not just a Board of Ed problem. There are school districts in Pennsylvania, the eastern part of Pennsylvania, that are in programs similar to yours. They call them consortiums instead of health insurance funds. They're looking at rate increases July anywhere from 18 to 20%. In the private sector employers typically offset rate increases with large increases in deductibles, but there's only so large a deductible can do before you can no longer recruit and retain employees. Will the state or federal government do something about all of this? Well, that depends on what you mean by do something. Is the federal government or the state government going to tell us to access less care? Are they going to tell hospitals and doctors to charge less? Are they going to tell insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies to make less profit? Yes. I didn't say should they. I said will they? Probably not in the very near future. So as Mike indicated, Chapter 44 expires December 31st of 2027, at which point local control through the collective bargaining process will be reasserted relative to plan design and premium contributions. So with that, that concludes our presentation. And thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
All right, I got one.
Thank you, Jim. And Brown, yes. Just quickly gonna open it up to the board if they have any brief questions for Brown and Brown. Yeah. Robert, Maria, do you have a question?
Don't have any.
You guys have any questions for Brown and Brown?
Mr. Stevenson, do you have a question?
Sure. Don't have any questions. Just a couple of comments. Thank you for the presentation and the injection of the dose of reality to the current situation with respect to healthcare. I just want to add and say that, we saw the writing on the wall with respect to costs and made the switch for 2024. And fortunately are not seeing some of the increases that other districts may be seeing. And we hope that it holds for our district, although we're projected to increase around 18% this year. And so there has to be some way in terms of what will occur with the expiration of of Chapter 44 at the end of next year. But I think it's just really important for the community and for the public to be aware to your point about spiraling and out of control costs with respect to healthcare, just not in West Orange, but around the state, and I do say around the country as well. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Quick questions, Jim. One, so you referenced we moved into the SHIF a couple years ago. At that point, we were with Aetna. We were facing a big projected increase that year, and we had a choice between going with Horizon directly and going with the SHIF. We chose the SHIF. Would it be accurate to say that if we had chosen Horizon, we'd probably be in a worse situation now with rate increases?
Absolutely. The way the school's health insurance fund works is the actuaries for the program develop the overall increase in the fund needed to keep it sustained. And then amongst the groups in the fund, there's a collar and a cuff adjustment based on that school district's claims experience. But it's a narrow range. And what I mean is, let's say the whole fund needs a 15% increase. Groups that have higher claims than average could see a 17.5%. That's the range, 2.5 points up, and below as well for groups with good claims. If we were experience rated, meaning on our own, in our own plan, and our population health was poor, and your population health is not great, right now, we could be seeing a Flemington Raritan style increase of 35% from Aetna. Or this is public. What's your largest school district rate increase right now with Horizon? Ocean County Vocational, 42%, 500 employees or thereabouts. So we pooled when it was time to pool. And we got in the right pool because it has the virtue of being self-insured in the sense that there's no carrier profit requirement and certain mandates the program's exempt from. But by the same token, you're pooling risk in a fund that is almost about $1 billion now. And West Orange is about 30 million of that, right? So hopefully that answered your question.
And one other, could you just speak a little bit to the role of rebates with prescription drugs and how the SHIF operates versus a private plan or a self-insured plan?
Sure. So pharmaceutical companies pay rebates to what are called pharmacy benefit managers, which are the in-between firms in between the pharmaceutical world and the insurance world. And those rebates have climbed to the point where for every dollar in prescription utilization in a plan, 25 cents of that is rebate activity. If you were in a fully insured plan like you were with Aetna from 18 to 24, and like you were with Horizon prior to that, all of that money goes to the carrier because they are the plan sponsor. In SHIF, as a self-insured entity, those rebates are the property of the fund, and they go towards subsidizing the rates for all member groups, including West Orange. If we were self-insured on our own, which you've never been as far as I know, you would be the plan sponsor. You would keep the rebates and do with them what you will, but you'd also be subject to potential budget increases if your claims go bad of 30 to 40%.
So if I'm hearing you right, being in the SHIF allows us to realize some of the benefits of those rebates without the risk of being self-insured.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Yep, Mr. Stevenson.
And if I can just add to that, Mr. Rock. So in 2024, when we were insured with Aetna, if I recall, we were facing almost a $5 to $7 million increase, and we stayed with Aetna. And then if you take that compounded with their now 35% increase this year, notwithstanding whatever the increase would have been in the previous 2 years, it almost seems like an untenable situation with Aetna. So again, the shift to the shift was a good shift.
Well, our look back analysis says that had we not made the move we made, we would have paid the last going on 3 years, $40 million more than if we had stayed fully insured, stayed with Aetna, or jumped to a different fully insured carrier. It was definitely the right move. And I would hope most folks here would agree that the level of coverage was maintained as equal to or better than, and that makes sense because the plan design that most folks are in is the mandated educator health plan design anyway. So it was a big deal.
And last question for me. The slide showed that the SHIF had about $144 million in cash. One, what's the sufficiency of that cash with respect to sustainability with health insurance costs moving forward?
Okay. So at a top line of about 900 million, we're confident that with a cash position of over 100 million, some of which is surplus above required reserves, that SHIF is not just adequately capitalized, it's well capitalized. They were, in my opinion, 5 years ago, before you joined, overcapitalized, but as even they have struggled for rates to keep up with costs, their cash position has come down somewhat, but proportionate to the top line overall budget for the fund, not only do we deem it to be sufficient, but since the fund is regulated by the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance, or DOBI, DOBI deems it sufficient. They audit the fund every year and certify whether it's properly reserved or not.
And lastly, what is the impact of the expiration of Chapter 44 as it pertains to the benefits for school districts moving forward at the expiration of that legislation?
What were the benefits and then what happens at expiration?
Yes.
So if you define the school district as the entirety of the community, the board, the taxpayers, the employees, et cetera, a significant reduction in what people pay towards the cost of healthcare. That was the intent of the law. it was passed with bipartisan support and signed by Governor Murphy. If you look at the net cost of insurance, not quite so good for the taxpayer, because while the premium rates for the mandated plans were lower than the typical Cadillac School District Health Plan, the reduction in the premiums were more than offset negatively by the reduction in payroll deduction. And that's how the democratic process works. It's the law.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Anything else? All right. Thank you to your.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Okay, am I on? Good. Okay. This evening, I'd like to address our budget situation and some of the, as of my letter stated, some of the areas in which we're looking to balance the budget and how we can close this $14 million gap. I wrote it out. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, educators, parents, and the West Orange community as a whole. Tonight, I want to begin with something simple, something true, and something we all share. We care deeply about this district, all of us. Every educator in our public schools in and outside of this room. Whether you've been here 3 years or 30, we acknowledge and respect the time, energy, and love you have poured into our students here at West Orange. Please know that matters. It matters deeply. Tonight, we'll hear from educators who've been employed here in our district for decades. And that is commitment. And let me be clear, they represent years of not only commitment, but dedication, stability, and care for our children. But we also have to be honest with ourselves and honest with each other. Those years tell two stories. Yes, they represent the years you have served, but they also represent the years this West Orange community, our taxpayers, our families, and our Board of Ed have made good on their financial promise to you. Year after year, they funded salaries, you and me, by the way, not just you, me too. Year after year, they funded salaries with annual raises, health benefits, and for many of us, increasing annual longevity bonus payments. The contract has sustained in good faith for over 30 years. But over the last 30 years, I'll answer that, things have changed. The cost of operating a school district has increased immensely. That's a fact. In the areas of building maintenance, gas, electric, technology, healthcare benefits, which you just heard, and of course, salaries, just to name a few. As a result, costs have gone up, and leadership requires that we respond to the present reality we face. I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. We absolutely wish we did not have to make any of these changes. But here's the hard truth, and it is the truth. Our fiscal reality has changed. We are not dealing with a hypothetical fiscal challenge. We are facing a real and immediate budget shortfall. One that, if ignored, becomes a crisis that threatens the very stability of this district. Now, I want to be clear about something. This isn't about diminishing anyone's service. We know that you've done great work. This is not about disrespect. This is about math, dollars and cents. This is about being responsible to this community to make sure we can maintain a meaningful and quality educational experience for our students, while at the same time being fiscally responsible. We cannot continue to operate a system we simply can't afford. not because we don't value our staff, but because we cannot fund it. And at the same time, we recognize the reality we're facing in our West Orange community. Let me explain. Families in West Orange are already carrying a heavy tax burden. As of recently announced by our township, there's a very real chance that our property taxes will increase approximately 7%. With this school budget, we are already asking to burden the taxpayer an additional 2.5%. But to go beyond that is to ask more from families who are already stretched, it would not be good leadership. That would just be irresponsible. We cannot solve this fiscal challenge by asking our community to carry more than they can bear. So we are left with difficult but necessary path. We are left with a difficult but necessary path. We must right-size our budget to ensure long-term stability. If we fail to act now, we compound the issue and risk losing far more later. Before I address the plans we were exploring for our paraprofessionals, I feel it's only right that I first pay respect to the approximately 75 full-time and part-time employees who will definitely be losing their job due to budget cuts. This causes me sleepless nights, knowing that they will be struggling and stressed as they are left with no income and no plan to assist them due to this budgetary constraint. With regards to our paraprofessionals, our fiscal restructuring plan that we were exploring addresses the budgetary deficit and offers a fair balance to help the district close the $14 million shortfall while offering you a chance to continue your jobs in our schools with immediate income, immediate health benefits, and immediate retirement plan in place. I offer you this perspective to you, even if you are uncertain, and again, we're exploring, but even if you're uncertain, by comparison to our 75 colleagues who will be without health benefits or income, you will have an opportunity to continue working in the same job position in which you will be afforded time to assess if we go through with it and we have this in place, this new restructuring, and seeing if it benefits you or your family. Let me reiterate, this decision is not to a slight against special ed community, paras, parents, or students. The special education department in this community is in which I started my career, so it has a special place in my heart. Instead, it is a necessary budgetary decision to help close the $14 million deficit this year to avoid future compounding fiscal crisis. We understand the emotional side to this, but there is a practical side that has to be addressed as well. And the solution is a partnership. Parents are being asked to pay more in taxes. Students are going to lose vital co-curricular activities such as athletics, music, fine arts. Administrators, we have not replaced at least 6 administrators, and they have all picked up. That's not a lie. What are you talking about? In the 2 years I've been here. What's that? No. Well, first, just before, listen, I understand, but that's just a statement. But before that, there are rules and laws and observations and different things. So we do need administrators. They're not without. Hold on.
If the audience would please
Let me
remain
finish.
quiet, we'll have public comment in a few moments, but this is Mr. Moore's turn to speak. This is not a back and
But
forth.
it-
Thank you.
It's okay. But again, administrators, they're as important as our teachers. We do need them. They do have a role in our education, in our organization. As I understand that you all will come to the podium with concerns and express your dedication for years of experience, I also implore you to express what sacrifices or solutions you feel you can help us close the $14 million gap in order for us to remain fiscally solvent.
Again, if the audience could please remain quiet, you'll have an opportunity to come to the microphone in a few minutes and share your thoughts during public comment.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. So, as I was saying, this is a partnership. It's not trying to tear one group against the other. This is a $14 million budget deficit that we face. Of course, in a crowd, we can yell, let's cut administrators, let's do this, let's do that. That's not reality. It's a school system. It functions with all the roles in which every school system functions with. But again, we're exploring a pathway in order to keep our paras rather than cutting people. Hang on. Hang on a second. Yeah. All right. All right. No, I explained here, as you heard, I explained that we're exploring a pathway for our paras to stay with us in which we can afford. When we talk about pay cuts and pay freezes, as we saw in the flyer that was handed out, no one wants to do that, and I understand why. It's incredibly expensive right now. We understand that you need to sustain your income for your families. All of that is understood. But we are facing operational costs. And that is as real as you can get. This is not something, we've been saying it for the whole year. You saw the preliminary presentation. Everything that we're saying to you is true. We have to close a $14 million shortfall. And that cannot happen with, but that cannot happen with, one or two, like, let's get rid of administrators, that's not how it works. We need to try to maintain and sustain a district that can work together and how we can do it. No, it's okay. It's okay. That's all right. It's okay. You can make comments, but it's better. I didn't want to do that. But when I tell you that saying the truth, whether in front of a crowd, is not an easy, hang on a second. Can you give me time? Give me a second. Speaking the truth, listen, blurting things out, random comments might get applause. But at the end of the day, I have to tell you the truth, whether it feels good or it doesn't feel good. I'm not going to come in front of you, be in the newspaper, be on TV, and tell you that somehow, magically, this isn't true. We're not facing this and we're making it up. None of that's happening. I'm giving it to you exactly how it is on the books. And to be honest, no one's working for free. No one's working for free. As much as we love each other and we love the students, it's predicated on income. And it comes down to dollars and cents. Whether you agree with me today because we feel emotional about maybe having to do something different, I want you to understand, and if you are honest with yourself, you are working for an income. And if we default on that, you will find ways to receive that or leave. And we understand that. So it's best that we're honest with you and we tell you that we are facing real financial challenges. And we have to come up with ways in order to close that gap, not just for next year, but beyond that. Or we will always be going back and forth with these huge cuts. There are 75 teachers that will not be with us next year. We can, and listen, and administrators, but teachers that will not be with us next year. And to me, I understand that we may not like exploring other ideas. Again, we're just exploring, but I understand we don't want to explore certain ideas. But to be honest, it's best that we talk about it rather than walk away, hide, or pretend this isn't happening. This is happening. It's as real as Montclair's. It's as real as Hackensack's. It's as real as Cherry Hills. It's real. We don't have the dollars to pay. We won't keep you because you would have to do what's best for your families. So we're trying to use the stopgap now and rectify it now so that we can continue all that is, at least those of us that are lucky enough to have these jobs still, can continue to work together. That's as honest as you can be with a crowd. Whether you want to hear it, you don't like it, you disagree with it, it's the truth. And something has to happen. You cannot have no actions to a $14 million shortfall. So I just appreciate you talking to me. I'm sorry if it's emotional, but I don't have an easy time telling you this. But I have to tell it to you because we have to face it as a community. I know that many of you feel there's got to be another way. There's got to be another way. Believe me, we took in the surveys. We turned things over. We've been looking. But it does come down to salaries and benefits. That's 80% of our budget. Just off of logic, there's no way that you can talk about reducing a budget or closing a budget if you're not talking about what affects 80% of it. There is no way. So please understand, this isn't to be disrespectful. And I understand the emotions and the yelling and things like that, but this isn't a slight on you. I don't want to be the one to tell you this. And if you really are honest, we've kind of heard it because superintendents in the past, and I remember a video in the last budget meeting that showed a superintendent saying, whoa, looks like the bottom's going to fall out in West Orange. Of course, they took off and they didn't address it. But I care about you and care about this district enough to address it. Even if you're mad at me today, I'll address it. I won't just let it lie, and I won't just let it compound, because then we won't have a district. We have to address this. Matt?
Good evening, everyone. Just want to let the public understand something. On tonight's agenda, I saw there was a flyer that went out that said that there was going to be outsourcing tonight. Go through the whole agenda. It's not in there. And let me tell you why it's not in there. In New Jersey, public entities such as the West Orange Board of Education and the West Orange Education Association, all public contracts are overseen by the Public Employment Relation Commission, PERC. And there's a law at PERC, and I'm going to tell you what the law is. The law is NJSA 34-13A-46. Employer entering into subcontracting agreement. And what it says is you cannot, public employer if they're in a contract, a collective negotiations agreement, can't enter into a outsourcing arrangement. It's illegal. As a matter of law, can't do it. Your contract expired June 30th, 2025. We gave a final offer to the WOEA on, excuse me, November 25th, 2025. We gave an offer November 25th, 2025. You can ask your leadership. It's in writing. The most important thing that this law says, though, is before you enter into a subcontracting agreement, what do you have to do? You have to give the union written notice. And you heard Mr. Moore, Superintendent Moore, state that this isn't just a board problem, it's a collective problem. And the law says that you give written notice to the majority representative, and they have 90 days to engage in what's known as impact bargaining. Well, what is impact bargaining? It's the union's ability to come forward to the board and say, we have an idea of how to save money to help you offset this $14 million deficit. A letter went to your leader. March 17th, 2026, over a month ago. We met with the state mediator over your contract on March 30th. This letter was out there. We haven't heard anything. And so your leadership knows of this for over a month and has the ability to come forward and to engage in impact bargaining. And the reason the law is set up this way is that the law, the legislature, the governor, when they pass this, they realize that it's got to be addressed by both the union and the board. It gives the union the opportunity to come forward. And so this board is open ears. If the union has an idea, excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me.
Point of order. I want to be recognized for a point of order.
So,
Hold it.
Mr. Ripker, yes.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Rock. What's your plan to run the meeting so that we can talk without being interrupted, so that people who want to listen can hear from our attorney who knows more than all of us combined? I want to hear what he has to say. If people are not interested, it's your responsibility to maintain order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ripker. And again, I will remind the audience that this is not a back and forth, right? I would expect you to give us the respect to be able to conduct this meeting and speak to you. We're trying to give you information. Mr. Giacobbe is here to give you that information. You'll have your opportunity to speak in a moment, but we do have security in the back. I don't want to resort to having to escort people out.
Nice people.
The point is, the choice is up to you. We're going to conduct our meeting. Again, in a few minutes, we'll be done with this, and then you will have an opportunity to speak. But just like when all of you stand in front of your classroom, because I was a teacher like every one of you, you expect your students to sit there and listen when you are instructing. You expect your students to follow the rules of the classroom. So you can laugh all you want, but again, now that you've gotten that out, I would ask one final time to please respect the board, respect the process, allow us to finish this piece, and then we will listen to you when it's your turn to speak at public comment. Thank you.
So as I was saying, the law, guys, the law in New Jersey mandates that the board give your leadership, the WA leadership, notice. That happened November March 17th. The union, your leadership, has the law, under the law, has the right to engage in impact bargaining, to come up with other ways of saving money. And so the union is free to do this. There's nothing on the agenda tonight. As I said, we met with the union, with the state mediator on March 30th. It wasn't brought up at that meeting. We brought it up with the mediator, but we didn't hear any solution from the WOEA. So we would ask that your leadership contact us if they have ideas. As Superintendent Moore said, these are not easy decisions when you have a $14 million budget gap. But at the end of the day, you're all part of West Orange. You're all part of the school district. And the law realizes that more minds looking at a problem often come up with other solutions. And so we're calling on your leadership to assist us in coming up with a solution. As I said, on tonight's agenda, there was a flyer that went out that said that we're being outsourced tonight. That flyer was false. Look at the agenda, it's not on here. So again, reach out to your union leadership and encourage them to engage in the impact bargaining that the law mandates that they do. We're ready, willing, and able to listen to their ideas on how to close this gap. Thank you.
Okay, final of my report. At this time, I present the HIB report. There have been 3 incidents investigated. None are founded. Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do we have any committee reports from the board? No? 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 All right, thank you. I will then share a brief president's report. Adam had gone through some of our student achievements. I don't think he mentioned Cinderella, which was here. Did you mention that? Okay. Yes. This past Thursday, the Lions Club had a spaghetti dinner up at the Tarnoff Cafeteria. Afterwards, the seniors and some of us that attended that dinner were able to come for a preview of the Cinderella performance. It was an amazing performance, went on all weekend. Hope many of you got to see it, but kudos to the students and staff who were involved in that. Last Wednesday, there were a group of parents from Hazel that organized a walking audit with Easy Ride. It's a nonprofit that the West Orange Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board works with. And part of that, the purpose of that walking audit was to walk around the neighborhoods that our students walk to school through to get to Hazel Elementary School, to note different deficiencies that might exist with the sidewalks or those routes to school, with an effort to improve those. One of the specific intersections we looked at was the intersection of Mitchell and Gregory. This has been a intersection that people have complained about for years. A group of parents from that Gregory section has also submitted to us as the board a resolution that would ask the county to investigate and look into that intersection and look into putting in a stoplight or some other appropriate measure to make it more safe. So you'll see that that is on our agenda tonight for consideration. And I'll just point out that while we were doing that walking audit, there was a group of us stopped at that intersection and an accident almost happened. Literally, as we were standing there, a woman was trying to pull out of Mitchell onto Gregory, and she inched out because she couldn't see around the corner, and she had to stop short, and the car coming down Gregory had to stop short because it's just tough to see around that corner, and that's as an adult driving a car. So if you're a child trying to cross the street, it's even worse. We recognize this is an issue that's of serious concern to the parents and for our students. So we will get to that later in the agenda, but I just want to mention that. And that will conclude my board president's report. Next up on the agenda, we have first reading of some revised and new mandated policies. That is P6112, reimbursement of federal and other grant expenditures. P6311, contracts for goods or services funded by federal grants. P6440, cooperative purchasing. P6115.04, federal funds duplication of benefits. P6620, petty cash. This is part of our ongoing process to review mandated policies from Strauss Esme. These policies are reviewed by our administration for feedback and for input. and they'll appear for second reading on the next agenda. With that, next we will have questions from the public on agenda items only. Any community member who would like to make comments or ask questions, please come to the podium at this time. Please state your name and home address for the record, and then begin your comments. One sec, sorry.
Yeah.
The applause started before I could finish the instructions there, so I would like to again say, if you are coming to speak at public comment, please make sure that you identify yourself, your name and your address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes, as we will have to stop anyone that goes over that. Thank you, Mr. Goldfarb.
Miss Flowers, before you begin, I do want to point out that according to policy 0167, I need to give my municipality, but not my address. Just a municipality, not my address. So I will not be doing that, and nobody else has to either, unless you can correct that.
The our board policy requires a street. It doesn't have to be the house number, but
No, I have it. It says municipality. It does not say address. Thank you. Okay. My name is Josh Goldfarb. I'm a West Orange resident. I'm also president of the
per Mr. Giacobbe, we'll stipulate that that's okay. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Appreciate that. My name is Josh Goldfarb. I'm a West Orange resident. I'm president of the WOEA, and I'm a teacher working for 294 days without a contract. And we are here once again looking at catastrophic cuts to staffing due to a budget shortfall. In March, we were told that we would be losing 70 full-time employees next year, but that was not totally accurate, was it? That number did not include the paraprofessionals. I guess they didn't count into that calculus. They will no longer be employed by West Orange. So the real number is roughly 300 employees, not 70. The balloons that you saw in the lobby, deflated as they may have been, represents one of those 300 employees, coworkers, and friends. Some in the community have suggested that the teachers perhaps can take a salary freeze to save jobs. And I understand that feeling, but here's the problem with that idea. According to New Jersey law, staffing is 100% under the purview of the district and cannot be negotiated with the union. That is not my feeling, that's the law. And the board knows this, or at least they should. What that means is that even if we agreed to a salary freeze, they could turn around and lay off employees anyway, and there would be nothing that could be done to stop that. This exact scenario has played out in other districts, and we will not be taken advantage of in the same way. We have repeatedly been told that we can no longer kick the can down the road, but who kicked the can? The BA has been here since 2021, and 3 of the members of the board have been on their positions since at least 2022. If you're looking to find the people responsible, here they are. So now we are letting go, outsourcing apparently our paras. The goal may be to find a company that will offer them a job, but they will have to apply for a job they already have and may not even get hired. And those that do will now be hourly employees. We have been told that the goal is for them to get comparable health insurance and pay, and that's great. But how can that save money? Something doesn't add up. Not to mention they will lose their job security and any sick leave that they have accrued. I really hope that they don't get any serious illness. God forbid they get cancer. At the end of the day, the idea that we will still have all of the same powers in September that we know and love and trust and rely on today is a fantasy. This happened in Clifton. When they privatized, many of their paras left because it just wasn't good to be an outsourced para. And guess where many of them went? They went to West Orange. And are we to expect that somehow things are going to be different here? There's always a degree of turnover from year to year, but this is different. Many paras who have been here for years or even decades and who otherwise would return next year have already said they will not stay and will go to a new district. The honest truth is that many paras will not be here next year, and believing otherwise is farcical. The students our paras work with, some for many years, may end up with someone they've never met, someone they don't know. That's a stranger who does not know them, helping them organize, trying to help them cope, trying to help them calm down and focus, trying to help them know what's going on when they physically cannot ask for help themselves, and in some cases, helping them use the restroom.
Thank you, Mr. Goldfarb. Your time has expired.
Only got one paragraph. It's okay. We'll come back. Okay. Right. Molly Eisen, West Orange resident and taxpayer, parent of a future West Orange school student, special education teacher of 10 years at Edison, and WOEA vice president. We've heard the phrase, let's be clear, a lot in the past week. We've also heard what matters most is supporting our students and the people who rely on them every day. Let's be clear, your intent proves otherwise. Mr. Moore wrote, this is about more than a budget. It's about people. It's about our students. It's about the future of West Orange Public Schools. Let's be clear, privatizing the paras hurts our most vulnerable students. Paras work incredibly hard to build relationships with their students. Our students rely on them for emotional regulation, academic support as role models and trusted adults. Our teachers rely on them for assistance with instruction, helping our classrooms run, and most importantly, being a crucial part of enabling our students to show up as their best selves in and outside of the classroom. They do much more than simply assisting students during class. Let's be clear, privatizing the paras will hurt our students. You can't guarantee the same people will be in the schools every day, no matter how much you say you want that to happen. It makes it likely that our most vulnerable students will not be receiving the care they deserve from the people who go above and beyond. Consistency and support is needed from the professionals we already have, not strangers. Let's be clear, privatizing our paras puts numbers ahead of students. You say you're listening and open to hearing feedback from the community, but your actions say otherwise. Parents have asked for in-person sessions to discuss the budget challenges, not related to the workshops in the fall. They were told, nope, not interested, fill out the survey. We have watched board members text on their phones during meetings, which is happening right now, and be incredibly disrespectful and condescending. And he keeps going, to the public and educators alike. In fact, 20% of the educators of the WOEA live in town, which includes 35% of the paraprofessionals. We're your constituents too. I say all this not just as a teacher and union vice president, but as a resident, a taxpayer, and parent of a daughter who will be going to kindergarten in 2030. My taxes went up. Let's be clear, that money is well spent if it creates a consistent, safe, fantastic school district. Let's be clear. Privatizing the paras do not achieve that goal. Privatizing our paras is about the future, a future that hurts our students and staff, a future that does not live up to the promise of our school system. Let's be clear, this is a future none of us want.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Forte, 19 Mountain Drive, West Orange, New Jersey. I had the great privilege to teach special education in West Orange for 25 years. I was considered a master teacher. However, I could never have done my job well without the consistently devoted paraprofessionals by my side. Paraprofessionals are the backbone of a successfully run special education classroom. These men and women are there in the classroom every day to guide our most vulnerable children, to reinforce all lessons by following the teacher's lesson plans, which include differentiation as the utmost priority. The bonds built by our paraprofessionals cannot be bought. No price tag can be put on the relationship between the paras and their students and the classroom teachers. The paraprofessionals I had the honor to work with throughout my career were my right hand. The safety of our students in and out of our classroom cannot be stressed enough. Many of our students are nonverbal and have behavioral differences. The paras make it their priority to advocate for those children in and out of the classroom. Having this in place gives those children the safety they need to enjoy recess, lunch, PE, art, music, and field trips. Paraprofessionals are not another body in the room. They are team teaching as well. Lessons must be differentiated for our kids. The teacher will instruct the para as to what the particular group it needs, and the students in order to obtain academic success, always with positive reinforcement and rewards set up by the teacher and carried out by the para. I am honored to stand here tonight and speak up for all of the professional paraprofessionals in our district, some of the hardest working people I know. This is like a slap in the face to many who have worked 20+ years in our district. It feels like the BOE thinks this devoted employees can be outsourced by a private company. This will be harmful to our students with special needs, as the connection and the consistency of their paras will be lost. Please consider another solution to our money concerns. The paras in West Orange are an integral part of the outstanding special education program we have here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackie Hendy, Beverly Road. Before I begin my prepared speech, I just want to say something. A lot of this is based on my personal experience in this district. And there was a time when I myself was looking across the table from the child study team, asking them, do you have the resources to properly educate my child? And if you don't, I'm going to sue you and get my child out of this district. And thankfully, they were able to provide my child with the services that they needed, and my child is now in the top 5% of his class. So, paraprofessionals change trajectories. They sit with our children, encourage them, and make them feel worth the effort even when their behavior makes that hard. These relationships aren't built in a week. They aren't built in a month. They are built through consistency, through showing up every single day, through knowing them and seeing them, even though other people point to them and say they're naughty and they're bad. They see their value and they make them feel their value. My child once sat on the fence at Gregory and wondered whether or not it would be better for him to blow up into a million pieces where nobody would ever find him. And thankfully, the educators, his paraprofessionals, did find him and did help him. So these are not support staff. These are the reasons some of our most vulnerable children can be in school at all. Before this board votes to outsource them, I'm asking you to please make sure you've exhausted every other option. And even when I was sitting in my seat just now, I just thought of an option. What if we sell the BOE building, build some affordable housing, 2 birds, 1 stone? Let's get creative here before we start looking at cutting the very individuals that shape the future for our children. So I have 3 questions for you regarding the cuts. What is the projected effect of paraprofessionals outsourcing on out-of-district placement referrals and associated costs over the next 24 months? What is the full 5-year cost model for this outsourcing proposal, including agency markups, turnover costs, compliance risk, and upstream effects of out-of-district placement? And which of the current proposed reductions were funded in whole or in part by COVID funds? And why did you not have a transition plan in place before those funds expired? Thank you.
William Donahoe, Cobain Terrace. Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 children in 1st and 3rd grade, and I'm here on behalf of West Orange Parents for Education. Join us, woparents.org. I see the work this board has done, and I can only imagine what it's cost all of you emotionally. The math is brutal, the choices are impossibly hard, and I do thank you for your efforts. However, we are in a structural deficit, which is a polite way of saying we're in a financial death spiral. Instead of saving dozens of teachers while we fight for real reform in Trenton, we are leaving millions of dollars on the table. We are at the red line. If we don't use every available resource and raise taxes now, then when? Why are we protecting taxpayers before our classrooms? If we're not asking taxpayers to pay more for education, it means we have to be okay with letting our children and their classrooms absorb the difference. So let's talk about what raising taxes actually means here. The board capped the levy at 2.5% this year, about $25 per month for the average homeowner. On average, districts in New Jersey raised their levies at 6% last year. So why are we capping ourselves at 2.5%? The law allows us to go past it when certain costs skyrocket. As we saw today, our health insurance costs went up nearly 18%. A 6% levy would cost the average West Orange homeowner roughly $59 a month, less than that for an average renter, and it wouldn't impact the senior citizens who qualify for tax assistance. I'll settle for $40 a month to stop the bleeding just a little. I understand the impulse to avoid asking the town for more. I do. But I want to ask everyone a question. Who do we owe first? As a society, we owe the most to the people who can do the least for themselves, our children. And yet, somehow we keep asking them to sacrifice first before ourselves. The teachers in this room already know a lot about sacrifice. My mother was one. I'm here to start to ask the rest of us. This morning, I asked my own kids about the money problem their schools were having. They told me their solution was to fundraise for their schools. They wouldn't want their homeroom teacher to be laid off. My daughter wanted to keep her art teacher, who's here right now. My son to keep PE. That crushed me. So here's what I'm actually asking tonight. Board Member Stevenson said it plainly at the last BOE meeting. Next year will look like this year. This is not going away. So let's stop pretending it will. West Orange needs a plan, a community-built plan that says we're willing to invest, what we've agreed to cut, and why. There is no one coming to save us. Not Trenton, not Washington, not a magical audit, not a town scandal that will reveal millions of dollars in missing funds that will fix this budget. That means it falls to us, all of us, and it begins with our BOE starting that process. That is the only way through. Our kids deserve a plan.
So I just want to, I won't wait, I would just say.
Justin Goldsman, Moran Road, proud Redwood School alum. Let me start with saying I don't envy the position any of you are in. I've worked for one of New Jersey's largest public sector unions. I know negotiations and budgets can be brutal. I hope my comments tonight are viewed as productive and constructive as requested to help us find savings in the $14 million deficit. My master's degree is in higher education administration and student personnel. I know about large class sizes because I've taught a college class of 139 young, incredible women. I've helped students run organizations. I'm proud of the students that I've had, and I know all of our teachers and educators are proud and hopeful for the futures of their students. I've spent the last several days reading all my old textbooks, calling Board of Ed members across the state and local and statewide labor leaders because I want to find solutions. I want to be able to help. And the first question everyone asked me was, how is it $14 million? We talk a lot about educational foundations. Shaw and McGuire created lists of tenets for universal instructional design. Two of those tenets are flexibility in use and perceptible information. Those will be greatly set back with this. Baxter Magolda talked about familiarity between educators and the learner and the environment for self-authorship. But the ESSER funds and other federal COVID monies were not meant to create permanent new line budget items. They were meant to address temporary COVID deficits. Several years ago, I came here with a list of dozens of proposals worth of $30 million in federal grants. I don't know if any of those were applied for or received, but things we need: energy audits, preventative maintenance instead of large-scale capital projects, new revenue streams. That means sponsorships of fields and other highlighting things. Newark Academy just announced this week that they're going to be saving 32% on their electric costs every single year because they invested in solar. The board, in my opinion, should go back to meeting twice per month so we can address a lot of these things. The elected officials all over town should be meeting more regularly. But several months ago, there was a letter that went out. It was very valiant and it was accurate about the school funding formula being defunct. It is true, but we cannot continue to blame problems on a school funding formula that is unstable. Every year, we know it will not be a stable funding formula, so we need to base our budgets around a skeletal structure that we know and then inject those revenues into the appropriate veins when they come due. Livingston is a comparable school district to us in terms of student size and classroom size, with about 600 students as a difference. Yet we have 4 extra schools, 13 to 9, and we are experiencing a $14 million deficit compared to their 5, and yet we pay higher property taxes than Livingston. I will end with just this. The teachers, the paras, every educator and staff, they don't just teach prose or formulas or mathematic equations. They teach us how to love learning. They teach us social infrastructure and the tools to fix our real infrastructure. We all need our valuable educators. We all need to support them, but hurting the backs of residents who've been here for so long is not the way to do it.
My name is Emily Pease, 8 Harvard Terrace. I'm here on behalf of West Orange Parents for Education, also known as WOPE. But more importantly, I'm here as a parent of a first and third grader who will spend many years in this district. They are depending on the decisions made in this room. Over the past year, WOPE has worked to bring clarity and momentum to the very real structural deficit we face. We've pushed for greater transparency. We've attended every budget workshop held by the district. We've studied the complexities of the state funding formula and advocated at the state level. And we worked to translate what we've learned into clear, accessible information to the broader community. And that effort has made a difference. Many of the people here tonight have taken the time to understand the issues. They are or will be speaking from an informed place, not just from frustration, but from facts. And we are proud to have gathered over 680 petition signatures in support of the change at the state level. And we believe there's real progress underway. But meaningful legislative change will take time, likely years, before it materially improves the situation in West Orange. That reality makes the decisions in front of you even more important. I urge you to reconsider the decision to limit the tax levy increase to 2.5%. As has been noted, rising healthcare costs provide flexibility for it to go higher, closer to 6%. This is not a hard cap, it's a choice. To be clear, I understand that cuts are necessary. The budget must be right-sized, but if a modest additional increase can slow the pace of the cuts, even temporarily, it could help preserve the critical teaching staff and programs while we continue to push for the longer-term solutions at the state level. That bridge matters. I also want to address communication. WOPE has consistently asked for clearer, more proactive engagement with the community about the trade-offs being considered. Instead, families were given a general survey with an open-ended response field. That's not enough to guide meaningful input. In response, WOPE created our own survey to help parents understand the real choices and trade-offs, and the response was overwhelming with hundreds of responses. Families want to engage, we want to be informed, and we want to contribute constructively to this process. You can see it in the energy in this room. I urge you to harness that energy, not sideline it. Imagine if the district had presented proposed cuts along with a clear, multi-year plan aligned with stakeholders, one that showed how those decisions align with a long-term financial sustainable plan, while still advancing the strategic priorities you presented in March. I believe the conversation tonight in this room would feel a lot different if it had gone that way. Our children deserve more than the series of reactive cuts. They deserve a thoughtful, transparent plan for the future. Our kids deserve a plan. Thank you.
Jeff Harris, 9 Ardmore Road, longtime listener, first-time caller. I am also here with West Orange Parents for Education, and I'm here to say something that I never thought I'd say to anyone. Please raise my taxes. Why? Because our kids deserve better. Superintendent Moore, you're right. This is a math problem. Costs are higher than revenue by $14 million. So we can lower costs or increase revenue. Why are we not considering increasing revenue? New Jersey state law, you know the math. Raising the levy increase to 6% would cover most of the 18% in healthcare increase costs. And that would help save some of the 75, or now I'm understanding is 300 teaching and staff positions currently on the chopping block. That would cost the average West Orange taxpayer less than $2 a day. $2 a day. I think our kids are worth that. The structural deficit, okay. The structural deficit is not going away anytime soon. So we should expect more cuts next year and the year after and so on. How is this sustainable? How will we pay for anything in the 5-year strategic plan presented in March? Our kids deserve a strategic plan. They also deserve a realistic financial plan.
West Orange Parents for Education is working at the state level to make the school funding formula more fair. We're optimistic, but it will take years to clear the legislative process and become law. Our kids deserve a plan that isn't contingent on the possibility of future state funding. A possibility is not a plan. Our kids deserve a plan. In other districts across the state, everything is on the table. Start and end times of school days, reductions of non-salary line items, including expensive transportation costs, considering fees for sports and clubs. Other districts are holding community-wide town halls. It's all hands on deck to solve a problem of this magnitude, but not in West Orange. The only options on the table are cuts to staff and programs, which ultimately hurt students the most. Our kids deserve a better plan. At the last meeting, multiple board members said they refused to raise taxes above 2.5% or consider changes to busing or small fees for sports and clubs. I know what I'm proposing is not popular with the board, but you said you want to see long-term solutions, not a one-year fix. I agree, and so do the 600+ parents and caregivers behind West Orange Parents for Education. There are other options. This is a board of education, not a board of taxpayer interests. $2 a day.
All right. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Please make our children your priority. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Nina Simmons. I live on Forest Hill Road, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. So I've lived in this West Orange for 22 years. I love West Orange. When people ask me why, what makes West Orange stands out, it's the people, right? It is also the schools. And what about the schools? The Superior Special Needs Program and the Superior Performing Arts Program. I'm here as a representative of the West Orange High School Drama Boosters Club, and I'd just like to speak up a little bit about performing arts because West Orange is known, it's award-winning for its performing arts, and to see that cut in any huge way would be heartbreaking. So with that, when you eliminate the arts program, you don't just remove a class from a schedule, you remove the reason some students show up. You remove the one teacher who finally reached a kid that nobody else could. You remove the ensemble, the cast, the crew, the community that made a struggling student feel like they had a place, a family. What we gain, performing arts builds confidence, creates students with high levels of empathy, discipline, and resilience. These are life skills, not just performing arts skills. With skills learned, theater kids go on to become leaders across every industry. They become teachers, lawyers, para-professionals, scientists, and yes, dancers, singers, actors, and Broadway stars. They go on to make West Orange proud. So my ask for you is please fund these programs, protect these teachers, protect these kids, keep the stages lit, let the shows go on. Thank you.
Stuart Nakbar, Morris Road, West Orange, New Jersey. President Rock, Council, Principal Moore, and the rest of the Board of Ed. I am a direct recipient of the love and caring that the paras bring daily. My son, William, is one in his first year not being in the West Orange School District. For the last 7 years, 8 years prior to that, Freddie, if you're here, I'm speaking to you. He was the one that met the school bus every day. Rain, sleet, snow. He was the one that would walk the halls with William. He was the one that was able to look at William and know that a meltdown was coming and take the steps to prevent it. We had something that you can't measure. We had trust. My son, who does not speak much, will to this day, when we see Freddie out and about, walk right over, handshake, and a hug. My son had great teachers, Joe Pastiglione, Dominica Obando Ablisi, Joe Spina. But the paras are the ones that you will connect the children with. And I also am a special needs advocate and counsel. I put to you, what is this going to do for the one-to-one and two-on-one IEPs when we have, oops, we forgot to come today, when we outsource it? The trust, the individualism, the knowledge, the consistency is what these people bring to the table. IEPs, their contracts, and I know my time is up, but I want you to understand
Thank you,
one
sir.
thing.
Your time has expired.
We thank you from a parent that you
Can't watch, I can't watch, I'm gonna cry. I can't watch, stop, I can't.
Members of the board, my name is Becky Figueres. I'm a teacher at Kelly Elementary School. I stand before you tonight representing several of the West Orange self-contained autism teachers. Your decision does not just affect a line in the budget. It directly impacts our students, our paraprofessionals, and every teacher responsible for these classrooms. We understand the financial pressures, but assuming our paras will switch employers without a clear understanding of that organization and its expectations without the protections of the union and government guarantee is not transparency. It is naive. When we speak directly with them, our dedicated paras are concerned about their pensions, the sick days they will lose, and the benefits that support their families, their long-term stability. They've worked tirelessly serving the most vulnerable, challenging students in the district. Despite this loyalty, many have expressed that they would not onboard with another company. Let's be honest, though, about the main goal: cost reduction and keeping students in district. Your plan risks achieving the opposite. When inexperienced, untrained staff cannot support our students' complex needs, and they won't, those students will be pushed into expensive out-of-district placements. So what is being saved? Our paras are not expendable. They are educators. They deliver instruction, collect essential data, and are critical to the success of our classroom. They are not replaceable. They are foundational. As self-contained teachers, we already carry an immense workload. We create individualized programs, manage behavior plans, track IEP goals, and maintain communications with families. We cannot absorb the additional burden of stabilizing a revolving door of unvetted staff, but above all, it is not safe. In my classroom alone, 3 paraprofessionals bring over 40 years of combined experience. We have worked together for 6 years of consistency, trust, and measurable student growth. Many of our students would have been sent out of district if it wasn't for our dedication to consistency and collaborating as a team. These students were retained in West Orange schools. That stability has already saved this district hundreds of thousands of dollars every school year. What you are proposing to remove is not just staff, it is a system that works. Mr. Rock, Ms. Vera, Dr. Bryant, Mr. Stevenson, and Mr. Ifker, our classroom doors are open. I personally invite each of you to visit my classroom at Kelly Elementary School. Come see our students. Understand their needs, witness the level of care, structure, and expertise required every single day. Then ask yourselves if this decision truly serves our students. Because at the end of the day, it is not about money. It is about children who cannot advocate for themselves. It is about families who trust us to protect their children's dignity and uphold their legal right to a free and appropriate education. Do not make a decision that harms those you are entrusted to protect.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
They and their families are depending on you to
Thank
get
you.
it right.
We have to say our names.
Liz Rubin, Betty Madalena Early Learning Center, preschool teacher.
Lauren Porter, Betty Madalena Early Learning Center. We're doing this together.
We stand before you today to share the imperative need for our highly qualified paraprofessionals in their classrooms. First, let us introduce ourselves. We are Liz and Lauren, two of the preschool ABA teachers. We've been teaching for 21
and 18
years and both are board certified behavior analysts. We are veteran teachers and have dedicated our lives to the students of West Orange. We are experts in our fields and have the highest standard for instruction and care of our students receive every day, just like we know all of our colleagues in the autistic support classrooms do.
The majority of our teams have worked together for over 5 years. This may not seem like something that is important, but let us explain why it is. As a teacher in a classroom of at least 8 students, we rely heavily on the expertise of our paraprofessionals. It takes months or even years to fully train somebody in the complex science of applied behavior analysis. We fear the new reality. By switching to an agency, we will lose many of our dedicated staff to districts who offer sick days, health benefits, and pension contributions. Our classrooms will no longer be places people plan to retire in, but rather a quick stepping stone to something better. This will lead to student regression, as we need to have students build relationships with new staff and take time away from students because we have to train all of the new staff.
Many of our autistic support teachers have been named Teacher of the Year, but their success doesn't happen alone. Behind every great teacher are the paraprofessionals who work with our students every day. The paras don't just follow instructions. They bring experience, insight, and understanding that help every student learn and feel supported. That kind of knowledge and student connection isn't something you can replace overnight. Our paraprofessionals are the ones who spend day after day with some of the most vulnerable and youngest students in the district. They are the ones celebrating every small moment, and they are the ones comforting these students after crises. It's not the administrators or the Board of Ed members who hold these students and calm them after the chairs are thrown, the bites, the hits, the hair pulls.
Just go into this.
Outsourcing paraprofessionals isn't a change in staffing. It's a change in support, care, and expertise that our students depend on every day. Losing them would be losing part of what makes learning possible for our learners. Our learners' needs continue to increase and support is already decreasing. Outsourcing our paraprofessionals would be, not could be, detrimental to learning and safety of our learners. While it's stated that the board is looking for an agency that will onboard current paraprofessionals, many of our paras cannot afford to stay and lose everything they've worked so hard for.
West Orange paraprofessionals are the most underappreciated group of professionals who have the most daily interactions with students. Yet these interactions that have the ability to create meaningful change for our students. Members of the board, we ask you, should we rely up to an agency to decide who the professional is that is going to celebrate the wins or work through the crisis with your child? Do we trust an agency to provide staff to meet the complex needs of our learners? The reality is most of these students will be placed out of district, and that is going to cost us even more money. Let us not forget how our
Thank you.
paraprofessionals go.
Ladies, your time has expired.
We should get
Give them a round of applause.
No, sorry.
Maybe next time.
Okay. Patricia Rudy, special education teacher at Kelly, West Orange, born and raised, graduated West Orange High School. I have been a special education teacher in West Orange for 24 years. The paraprofessionals we have in our district are people who show up every day dedicated to the students and teachers they support. They're a crucial part of the consistency and dedication needed by our special needs students. You say they will be transferred to an agency. Well, some, and from what I now understand, most are doubtful if they should even return. Some have worked day in and day out, 5 years, 10 years, almost 25 years, and you want to take everything away that they worked for. Going with an agency would mean pension years are frozen and benefits are gone. Why should they be loyal to you when you're not going to be loyal to them? Transferring them to an agency is not a favor. It's demoralizing and rude. You say this change is going to make the future better. Well, let's think about the future. When we lose our dedicated paras, we will be left with whatever the agency has that day. Let's just say 5 paras in every school don't return, probably more like 10 to 15. That means 5 strangers or more entering every building every day, including the preschool and those working with nonverbal students. Where's the safety, security, and student confidentiality? Student confidentiality. Let's think about paraprofessionals. They need to read student IEPs so they know what the student needs and to understand the student background. Well, when you hire an agency, how many people are going to be reading those IEPs? Random agency paras may decide the job isn't for them and not show up the next week or the next day. Then another para reads the IEP. How many people are going to read this legal document by the time the school year ends? Will these people be vetted? Do you know who's going to enter our building? Or do you have no idea and it's up to the agency? Can they be trusted to not share this private information that's written in the IEP to others outside of the school? What about paras who have to record data? How is that data going to carry over if you have a new para every day? Walk into a special education tomorrow and see what a para does. They're not a name on a paper or a number on the payroll. They aren't even paid enough as it is. You ask for an answer. One possibility, try looking at busing. Yes, it's a small, tiny part, but it's something. If you live within the radius, you have to pay for busing. I do it for my own children because I need it. A school community is a family. When you start destroying that, then you will ruin the district. West Orange Board of Education, your chance is now. We are here. The paras are here. Tell them they matter and keep their contracted positions. Keep them a part of the West Orange community. We are all West Orange.
Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am. Your
or
time has expired.
choice is yours.
That okay to speak? Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Moore. This is a first for me. I'd like to take a minute
Say your
to
name, please, and where you're
Joe
from.
Postiglione, Mount Pleasant School,
Thank you. All right, what town do you live in?
West Orange. I live in East Hanover, grew up in West Orange, went to school through West Orange, work in West Orange. I'd like to take a moment to just speak about my background, how I ended up here, and then the majority of the people behind me I'd like to tell you a little bit more about. I started out of the business world, came in as a para, worked in a nonverbal autism room, fell in love with my students, loved working with them, loved the people I worked with, was shown things and trained by people that have been here, that stay here, that have their passion and love embedded into this system. I stayed on as a para, I student taught, several degrees in student loan later, here I am. I've been here 23 and a half years. There's no other job that I would be doing. But I have to mention, the large majority of the people behind me that I've had the pleasure with seeing come to work and work with, the normal school year and ESY, are essential to what makes this program good. Not just good, but excellent. People come here for this program. These people are a part of that program. It's not so much about the comparison. I can now tell you about not just the paraprofessionals I work with, but they're my team. They co-teach with me. I can't do my job to the best of my ability without them. Everybody in here loves their kids. They come to work for their kids. They live for their kids. Some of their kids go through this system. I understand the budgetary concerns being mentioned, but I implore you to think about the effect that this could possibly have on what makes this town great with this program is our paraprofessionals. The people that work with us, our hands, our feet, that go above and beyond. Not just that, though. I ask you guys to look at it through a different lens. Are we not here to celebrate our students' successes? Everything that they do, their educational journey through school. These students do things a different way. They take different paths. But we're all part of the community, and we're all doing this together. These individuals are a part of that. They're a part of what makes this system great. They're a part of what makes West Orange program great. So I implore you again, take a look at everything you possibly can, but also take a look at all these people that are here and what they bring to the job every day, the passion they bring. Everybody's talking about trust. I hear it a lot. I trust my team. I trust them with our kids. If I'm out, they keep the ship afloat. If I need to go somewhere and do something else, I trust them with my students, with the kids of this town and this program. So I implore you to think again about every great person sitting behind me that has given their life to this job. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alwyn Eversley, and forgive me, my allergies. My name is Alwyn Eversley, and I reside in Gilbert Place. So I start off with the proposition that all the board members and the community have the best interests of the students at heart, and the people who work, the dedicated members who work in the community. I would recommend that the board in the future start looking at outside agencies to bring in someone to do a forensic audit, instead of just going line by line. Instead of going line by line and just making cuts, bring in somebody who will actually look at the budget, work with you, and look for structural improvements that will yield long-term results and result in less of these cuts being made every year. Also, you have the option for busing, for example. Perhaps you can work with South Orange, Maplewood, or the Livingston School District and do collective bargaining with the transportation companies to see how you can reduce the cost by the power of having more school district negotiate. So that's one option. The other thing also is the constant cuts on the teaching side is disproportionate to the cuts made in the administrative side. Disproportionate. It's disproportionate. I know somebody said, well, it's not us or them. This is not about putting the administration against the teachers. This is about fairness. You can find cuts also in the administration, just like you find cuts to make at the teaching level also. But I would really recommend that you do have an outside auditor come in, look at the books to make constructive cuts and realign your budget, where every year you're not in this predicament going forward in the future. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good evening, members of West Orange Board of Education. My name is Melanie R. Zuniga, and I live at 40 Virginia Avenue, West Orange, New Jersey. I am a mother of 3 children here at the West Orange Public Schools, and I serve as the secretary of Mount Pleasant Elementary School. I graduated from all schools in West Orange Public Schools and completed high school in 2009. I stand here before you tonight to address a critical concern: the proposed budget reductions and the impact on our paraprofessionals. These individuals are vital to the success of our students. As a parent and as a school representative, I see every day how these support empower my children, especially my son, who, thanks to paraprofessionals, made the high honor roll in 6th grade. Furthermore, I am currently a paraprofessional in another district, and I work one-on-one with a student. This gives me a deep, personal understanding of how critical these roles are. I see the daily impact paraprofessionals have, providing tailored support that make all the difference for a child's success. When I told my children today
that class sizes will increase and that electives will be reduced, they had very sad reactions. They are deeply worried about how they will manage in a classroom over 25 students. Furthermore, cutting these supports and electives will deprive our crucial opportunities. I urge you once again to reconsider these cuts and protect the vital role of paraprofessionals and electives. Thank you.
Joe Anderson, West Orange, my whole life. To the board, I ask you this: where does the accountability lie in your part? When we are hired, we are held to a certain standard. We get reviewed every year, not 3 to 5. Some of us aren't brought back because of yearly reviews. Our job is to teach, guide, and protect these children from anyone that should stand to deter their futures. I understand that healthcare jump is one thing, but your job is to manage funds, and it seems because you're struggling to do so, we now stand to lose our jobs. And this isn't just a one-year thing. You preach transparency, but if that were the case, we wouldn't be in this situation year after countless questions, comments, concerns, and rumors that continue to go unanswered, ignored, and swept under the rug, i.e. refusing to release itemized budgets. See, at the end of this meeting, you'll all get in your cars and you'll go home, probably already thought about a plan you have, while putting out emails saying, "We're sorry it's come to this." Meanwhile, everyone here will go home and continue to have sleepless nights and ponder their futures with the district and in life in general. Your emails to parents regarding the situation come across as disingenuous. Ask the parents they think the same. For potentially taking a deal from a private company, were they to offer it, because while we would love to continue to serve this district, you are asking us to do so while taking multiple cuts and sacrifices, and if you can't, then the fault lies with the parents. Meanwhile, you failed to mention to parents that powers will lose sick days, pensions will be frozen, and these private companies that come in may offer some of us jobs, none of which are guaranteed. Is that transparency or is that punishment for dedication? If this is the case, and this is a cost-saving move, why not move admin, central office, superintendent, and everybody else over to private company? Because after all, we're students first, right? That's what you say in your messaging. So to save as much as possible, shouldn't we prioritize them as best as possible? You tell us we're leaders to these children, so you turn to higher-ups to step up and lead the district by example. Be accountable and show everyone here you love them and stand with them as one, as you've said in multiple emails. Stand on your words. Other ideas: lend fields to organizations for money. How about the bubble? The bubble was supposed to be a temporary thing in 2003. That's 23 years ago. The upkeep, maintenance, heating, cooling, and keeping it all up to date costs upwards of millions of dollars every single year. One building 23 years ago could have saved how much money by now? How about not having assistants to assistants leading in the central office? You can look all that up too. You say you're students first, but your plan is going to have the direct opposite effect, putting students in classrooms with random staff, cutting staff and programs while increasing class sizes. How does that equal a better environment for our students? Meanwhile, these same parents that have built relationships with both students and staff will be replaced. They'll be torn from the places they love and have dedicated countless blood, sweat, and tears to. And if you saw some of the stuff that entered through their schools, you probably haven't, AKA private company, you probably see what's coming, and it's not good. And I'm going to pass it off because my time's up.
Hello, my name is Samantha Palmer. I live at 66B Lynn Drive, Verona. I have been in para for 5 years, and I have loved every single minute of it. Think about this for a second. What para would want to work for no pension, no benefits, no health insurance, and no protection when they've put years into a pension and a union and have affordable healthcare insurance? So while you've made this an option for future employment that could offer us health insurance, wait, am I reading the right spot?
Yep.
Okay. You know full well that no para would take that job, leading to a brand new paras in a district working with teachers and staff that will survive the other 70+ cuts you're planning. Perhaps some of you on the board may have children have come through the school system and greatly benefit from having a parent in the classroom, and yet you put your trust in a private company that may or may not assign a random person with no training to a child on the verge of an academic breakthrough. Then when kids aren't progressing, what will you do? Hold the teachers accountable, I'm sure. See, we love the teachers. They are amazing. We don't do all that they do, but understand who takes the children to lunch? The paras. Who takes the children to gym, music, health, and other special services? Paras. See, paras are with their class every minute of every day, 5 days a week, except for the 45-minute lunch period, which if you are CPI certified, If there is a call, you are held accountable for not showing up. I have had lunch breaks cut short to respond to calls that have lasted hours. I personally have been sent to the hospital and returned to work the next day. Some of us have worked in K-2 self-contained classrooms for 7 years, 5 on my part, wiping kids, potty training them, feeding them, cleaning them, being kicked and scratched and clawed, every bit elsewhere. I actually went to my wedding with a bite mark on my face. Funnily enough, when this was brought up at a previous board meeting, some of the board members were shocked to hear what was going on in said classrooms. You don't know because you don't live it. You aren't there, yet you claim you believe you know what is happening and what is best for the students. I'm sure everyone would invite you all to spend a week in our shoes or on our salary to see what it's like making such a rash decision. And some of you expect these parents to trust you, not only your decision making, but also with random untrained staff members. Think of telling an ABA self-contained teacher that they have to potentially train 3 to 4 new hires 1 to 2 days before the school year starts. And they have to do the work with 6 or 7 children with behaviors. Does having potentially untrained adults that don't know how to de-escalate a child sound like a sound plan to you? What if the untrained staff doesn't know what to do if a child elopes? Now imagine that every classroom we have a district with children with behaviors. And because of and because of your direction and cost-cutting moves, these same untrained staff members may have to work with these 2 children at once. Is that putting the students first? What happens if there's an incident? What happens if a para is under a private company and is accused of something by a child? I speak as a wrongly accused victim of this. With no union, a para would be by themselves. And if the parents of the child were to go after that employee, the private company might just fire the para and they will be on their own once again to seek legal counsel. What para could sign up for that? If that situation were to arise, would you hold the said teacher and the school accountable? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Di Bologna. I'm a West Orange resident and a mother of 2 children that attend West Orange High School. My son is 21 years old and has been in your special education program since he was 5 years old. He came to visit when he was 4 for his preschool. A para took my son under her wing during his visit, and she never once let him go after that. I never worried about the safety or the support he was being given. He is now 21, and in June he will be graduating from the 18 to 21 program. I still hear every day, not only about teachers, but as paraprofessionals who work with him. I know what they talk about. I know when they are absent. I know when they are coming back, because he misses them, and his day is just not the same when they're not there. Miss Angela, Miss Fogarty, Mr. Gitman, Mr. Mike, all of them have been wonderful to him, and so many more. The plan to outsource these professionals, I really don't understand it. I think you are opening up a can of worms that is not going to save you any money. When our West Orange staff goes to these agencies, there's no guarantee that they will be returning here, and who you're going to get. You're not going to get qualified individuals, and this is not going to save you money because agency rates are much more than if you hired them yourselves. And how are these people going to support our children with no training? They're going to be doing toileting, taking data, running behavior plans, supporting classroom teachers in completing work, maintaining attention, keeping them on task, feeding them, taking them to job sites, and supporting them in specials and therapy. It's not going to be appropriate support, and this leads to minimal progress, regression of skills with an increase in services needed, and then the potential risk for having them go to out-of-district placements. And out-of-district placement for one student is over $100,000. So you're not saving money, and you're putting our most vulnerable population at risk. For the parents, my recommendations are, remember, you are a part of the IEP team. Use that IEP that is a legal document. Be specific in what your child needs. If it's a one-to-one, be specific. They have autism, I want an RBT trained one-to-one. Use the supports for school personnel so that you know exactly what accommodations need to be made and what education they need. Do not look at this as IDEA, but as civil rights. Thank you.
Good evening, Kelly Gambuti, Concord Street in Clifton. I've been a special education teacher in West Orange now for 23 years. However, tonight is not about me. Tonight is about our most vulnerable population and the professionals that service them in the classroom, our paraprofessionals. Our paraprofessionals are dedicated, caring, hardworking, and critical members of the special education department. Actually, they are the backbone of the department. Without our paraprofessionals, the work that I and every other special education teacher do could not be done. They aid our students in daily routines, focusing, toileting, behavior plans, working in small groups, structure, and so much more. They become trusted members of our classrooms to both the teacher and students, as well as to the students' families. Currently, they are not being treated as the crucial and vital personnel that they are. They are being treated as a line item on a budget that is trying to be balanced by taking away vital supports from our most vulnerable population. This is wrong and inhumane. It shows that our paraprofessionals don't always feel valued, which is the exact opposite of what we should be saying. I would invite any of you to walk into a classroom with a paraprofessional and tell me that an agency could replace them. You'd be quite mistaken. It is because of our paraprofessionals that our classrooms run as smoothly as they do, and that our students feel supported and can grow and learn. We cannot balance a budget by harming our most vulnerable population by taking away their trusted support staff. Again, it is cruel and simply just wrong. Education is not supposed to be a business. Our business is supposed to be educating. And we cannot do that without our paraprofessional staff. They are not a line item on a budget. They are not replaceable by an agency. They are critical. They are valued, and they are the backbone support for our students' learning. Thank you.
Deb Cohen, 26-year teacher in the district. I live in Madison. 26 years ago, I stepped foot into Roosevelt Middle School. This is not the district that I stepped foot into 26 years ago. I'm disappointed, I'm frustrated, I'm angry. We are no longer part of the team. The teachers, the paras, the administrative assistants, our technology, our security, all of us have been left out of these discussions. It's not who we used to be. It's not who we have been up until COVID, and now things have changed. If you want ideas, sometimes talking to us helps, and not just us, the community. Having an idea of where the actual cuts are before May 4th when you approve the final budget and it's too late would be helpful. As somebody said, town halls, whatever it might be, surveys are not the answer. I want to second the person who said something about a forensic audit. I went through the audit. I was a Board of Ed member. In the 2025 audit, there were two things that stood out. Number one, we paid a $78,000 fine because our payroll taxes were late to the federal government. Number two, our monthly reconciling doesn't match up. Why isn't it being rectified each month? Now, on to the more important. Leadership must be honest. Students first. Safety is our priority. Appeared on official district social channels this weekend. Those statements should be true. However, our central administration and the Board of Education are not demonstrating any of that. The messaging reads as, we hope, we're searching for, rather than clear commitments, because none can be made. Paraprofessionals are essential to the success of our special education program. Even if an outside vendor hires our paras, those staff would no longer be West Orange employees and would lose district pension benefits and job security, undermining the stability for our most vulnerable students and showing our paraprofessionals they are dispensable, which is far from the truth. Rather than describe their individual impact, I want to emphasize what having their caring, knowledgeable, and consistency with the student allows. Our self-contained students and students with one-to-one or one-to-two paras routinely participate in woodshop, auto shop, photography, art, engineering, electronics, graphics, architecture, hands-on electives, extracurricular activities, even sports. That continuity means they can predict the unpredictable, manage student safety, and respond effectively to unexpected situations in rooms with dangers not in all classrooms. Without it, student staff safety is at a greater risk, and students may lose access to the least restrictive environment required by law. Constantly training new paras on equipment, procedures, and safety is unrealistic and near impossible to achieve. Therefore, these students, many of whom thrive in our classes, may lose those opportunities. In addition to all the stories you were hearing tonight, our parents are colleagues and friends, people who go above and beyond what is expected. Their connections and relationships with the students are vital to our special education student success. They must continue to be employed by our district. We must go back to being the team that we used to be and no longer are.
Yes.
Tisa Singleton, Orange Education Association, East Orange resident, proud paraprofessional and parent of two amazing children with different abilities. One who's in this room with his former wonderful paraprofessional. When you choose to fire 230 paraprofessionals, you didn't just make a budget decision, you made a moral one. You chose to remove the very people who stand in the gap for our most vulnerable students, the ones who don't get headlines, don't get paid enough, but show up to work every single day to make sure no child is left behind. And now you've made that gap wider. Let's be honest about what this means. Classrooms become more strained, teachers will be pushed beyond capacity, and the students who already need the most support, the ones who rely on consistency, patience, and one-to-one care, will be the ones who pay the highest price. Not you, not this board, the children. We love to say every child matters, but decisions like these expose the truth. Every child matters until it costs something. You cannot speak about equity while actively dismantling the support systems that make equity possible. You cannot claim inclusion while removing the very people who ensure students with different needs are actually included. And let's talk about the impact, because impact is what remains long after intention is forgotten. The impact of this decision will show up in falling confidence, in behavioral struggles, in students slipping through the cracks that just got a whole lot wider. So I ask you, who did this decision truly serve? Because it wasn't the students who needed extra help reading. It wasn't the child who needs someone to sit beside them just to get through the day. It wasn't the overwhelmed teacher trying to hold everything together. This wasn't an investment in education. It was a withdrawal from it. And history will remember decisions like this, not for the money it saved, but for the children who were failed in the process. You still have a chance to correct this, to choose people over numbers, to choose impact over convenience, to choose to stand on the values you so often speak about. Because right now, those values are not being reflected, they're being removed. So when the silence settles after this vote and the classrooms fill the absence you created, I hope you remember this. You didn't just remove positions, you removed possibility, and our children will be the ones forced to live without that choice.
Good evening. My name is Althea Farella, and while I'm not a West Orange resident, I live in Rahway. I have been a special education teacher at Edison Middle School since 2019-2020, which, in case you forgot, ended up being a tenuous year, to say the least. Every year since that year that changed the world, I have worked with numerous paraprofessionals, two of whom are sitting right over here, and they are wonderful people. Two of whom have both during the school years themselves and during extended school year, where our students with specialized needs continue their academic journey through the summers. I would not be the teacher that I am today without them. Consistent and regular paraprofessionals are essential to the success of our most vulnerable students. Keywords are consistent and regular. From day one, they build a rapport with all of the students, not just the ones to whom they're assigned. By looking into companies who might be willing and or are able to onboard our paraprofessionals is a slap in their faces and ours and to our children's. Continuing down this road will hinder student progress. It is an unfair consideration, especially to the population in our district who need them the most. Many in the community continue to bring up alternatives to cut costs. For example, the one-to-one Chromebook model at the secondary levels should be seriously reconsidered. Providing every student in grades 6 through 12 with a personal device that is not the most cost-effective approach, especially in our current financial situation. Considering the short lifespan of Chromebooks as they are currently manufactured, the majority of these devices will not even last their entire secondary schooling career. It doesn't help that the Chromebooks that the students take home are not being taken care of properly. Students are constantly misusing them, hitting them, dropping them, and taking the wrong kind of advantage of their constant access to the internet. Transitioning back to classroom sets could significantly reduce the costs related to purchasing, repairs, replacements, and software management. Speaking of software, the district should also very closely audit all programs as mentioned by the gentleman before, subscriptions, programs, and digital tools. Over time, districts end up collecting a wide range of software licenses, online platforms, and other supplemental programs, many of which become underused or redundant and eventually ignored while we're still paying for those subscriptions. A thorough review of these tools should highlight which ones are rarely used, have an overlap, or no longer align with current curriculum goals. Small reductions across multiple subscriptions can add up to significant savings district-wide. Additionally, renegotiating those contracts or shifting to multi-year agreements with these vendors can lead to savings. Involving teachers and staff in this auditing process can help ensure that essential tools are kept while those that are less critical are phased out as needed. The choices made when looking at the district budget reflect our values, publicizing what matters to us and to our students, what we are willing to spend on, and what we are willing to let go of. If we truly value student support, inclusion, and stability, the same values that you mentioned tonight, Mr. Moore, then we must protect the roles and the people who fill those roles that directly lead to those outcomes. Putting our paraprofessionals through a company that may or may not recognize those same values while uprooting the careers they put their hearts and souls into sends the wrong message and risks the very students who need their support the most.
Good evening. My name is John Hellier. I live in Pompton Plains, New Jersey, and I've been teaching music in the West Orange School District for 19 years. I'm a lifer. One of the classes I teach is general music class for our self-contained special education students. Teaching this class has given me an insight into the incredible work and selflessness of our paraprofessionals that contributes to the success of these students. When we discuss outsourcing these vital roles to a private for-profit company, we must be absolutely clear about what we are doing. We are not just shifting numbers on a budget spreadsheet. We are severing the lifelines of our most vulnerable students. As a teacher who runs events and after-school programs, I have also come to depend on our paraprofessionals who accompany their students to rehearsals, concerts, and events. We have students in band, choir, step teams, and other activities who require a para to function in these groups. Will these students be able to participate in these activities that bring them joy, build their self-esteem, and contribute to their scholastic success if we eliminate the jobs of those who dedicate their time to them? Our award-winning step teams, which have brought much pride and much needed excellent PR to our school district, are coached by paraprofessionals who work in this high school. How will these incredibly popular and vital groups continue to exist if you eliminate the job that supports that paraprofessionals? Our district's paraprofessionals are not interchangeable cogs. They are steady, familiar faces that greet our students every single morning. They are the professionals who know exactly how to de-escalate a meltdown before it even starts. They know which students need a quiet walk down the hallway, which student learns best with visual cues, and which student simply needs someone to look them in the eye and say, "I believe in you." That kind of intuition, that deep, empathetic bond, it cannot be contracted out to the lowest bidder. If we outsource to a private company, what are we really buying into? We are buying into a business model built on corporate profit margins, not student success. We are buying a revolving door of transient staff. When a child who requires specialized support walks into their classroom, they need consistency, they need trust. They do not need a stranger who was assigned to our district yesterday and might be reassigned to another district tomorrow. Furthermore, our paraprofessionals are a glue we need when we threaten their livelihoods by handing their jobs to an outside corporation, one that will undoubtedly slash wages and strip away benefits to protect its bottom line. We disrespect the very people who hold our schools together. We send a devastating message to our staff. Your dedication is disposable. It is not disposable. It is invaluable. Our school district is ultimately measured by two things: how it treats its most vulnerable students and how it treats its most dedicated staff. Outsourcing our paraprofessionals is a dangerous gamble with our students' emotional and academic futures, and it is a gamble we simply cannot afford to take. Let us choose our community over corporations. Let us choose consistency over chaos. I urge you to reject this proposal. Keep our paraprofessionals where they belong in our building, employed by our district, with wages and benefits they deserve, fighting for our kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anton Carrera and I live in Montclair, and I'm the middle school ERA teacher at Edison Middle School. I've been in the district as a teacher for 16 years, and I also served in 08-09 school year as an instructional assistant in Ms. Buckley's high school class. I do not agree with the privatization of the instructional assistants. Throughout my years in the district, I've met many hardworking instructional assistants and realized that their role in the academics and shaping the minds of students on a daily basis is vital to the classroom setting. We have instructional support staff members that put in the dedication to make sure that the students are successful in academics and socially. I recently transitioned to a new role in my building. I can't thank my instructional assistants enough. Eric, Noemi, and John. Their understanding of the program, how to work with the students in the program, and meeting the needs of the students helped me transition very well to the role, and they are vital to the kids and to the program every single day. I do not know where I would be without the help of not only them, but the aides that I've had encountered throughout my 16 years teaching. The decision to privatize will certainly cause a great deal of disruption to the emotional and behavioral functioning in the classroom. In addition, the support staff in my class have specific certification in the area of crisis prevention. How will this be delivered with rotating substitutes through an agency? I am asking the board to reconsider this decision. Do we know how successful or unsuccessful privatization has been in other districts that have adopted it? How can we expect workers from a private company to build a rapport with students when there certainly exists the possibility that they may not be in the same classroom on a daily basis? How are we okay with total strangers coming in to work with the student population? How are we okay with staff members from a private company coming in and not knowing anything about the student that they are working with? Our instructional assistants do a phenomenal job. Losing them equals losing that continuity that the students need with regards to academics and making connections. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Amelie Swayze. I live on Eagle Rock Avenue. I've been a resident of West Orange most of my life. I've gone to school at Redwood, Edison, Liberty, and the high school. Just closing our 2026 spring musical last night, when I heard that the performing arts may be cut, especially theater, I knew that I could not sit by and watch one of the most positive programs at the high school be lost. I have compiled my own thoughts with those of other students to fully reflect why this program is so important. One student said, "The West Orange High School theater program has given me a group of people to talk to and be accepted by, which isn't present in most other aspects of my life. The theater program is a home to me. Theater has taught me real-life skills, how to open up to others, helping me become the person I am today." Another student said, "Theater brings the community of both the town and high school happiness, entertainment, and understanding in a time when all of us desperately need it. High school is an impossibly hard time for many students, and without theater, so many kids would find themselves lost and struggling even more." For many students at West Orange High School, this theater department has become a safe space for them to feel loved, accepted, and free of judgment from others. Theater acts as an escape to another world where we can forget about our struggles, come together as an ensemble, and create something that has a lasting impact on others. Theater also acts as a comment on society, forcing us to look at the world around us with new perspectives and challenge the way we think about things. Now, on a personal level, this program has meant more to me than anything in my life. I have met some of my best friends here, I have grown as a person, and I have grown as a performer. Without this program, I may have never known that this was something I wanted to do as a career. Obviously, this program has had a large impact on people who are a part of it. But what about those who experience it as an audience? When I looked into the audience last night as the cast of Cinderella took our final bow, I couldn't even count how many little girls and boys were looking up at us with stars shining in their eyes. I knew that we gave them something so incredibly special. When I came down to briefly meet these children, I was flooded with love and admiration from all of them. This is what theater is. To those administrators and board members who went to see the show, I thank you. For those who didn't, this is what you're missing. Now, I could go on and on about this program and how much it has affected all of my castmates and the audience, but this program could never be what it is today with the outstanding faculty that put so much of themselves into it. I would especially like to highlight Wendy Mapes, or as I know her, Miss Mapes, in particular. If you do not know Miss Mapes, I am incredibly sorry for you. She is extremely driven and hardworking, pushing every one of her students to be better, while also managing to be the most kind, generous, and supportive human being I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. She has always been there for me and any other student who has needed her. She goes out of her way to help others and is constantly a figure of joy and warmth in the high school community. Why do we constantly see alumni come back again and again to see shows and support the program? Because of her. She is a key reason why this program feels like family. Without her, West Orange would lose the heart, safety, and acceptance she inspires in everything she touches. Thank you.
Excellent statement. Excellent. All right, here we go. My name is Paul DeSena. I live on Mitchell Street. Parts of this statement were written by me, parts of it by my wife, Emily. Today I am demanding equity, not just equality, from our Board of Education and Superintendent. You shared a popular and powerful image in a slide at one of your meetings last year. It showed different people standing at different heights behind a fence, visualizing for us the importance of equity. Disabled students are some of the most vulnerable to district-wide budget cuts, as the removal of resources have an inequitable and disproportionate effect on them. Special ed is a large line item. The structural deficit means all areas of our school district will feel it financially. However, a cut in our transportation budget and a cut in our special ed may be in equal amounts, but in terms of equity, they are vastly disproportionate. The increased student-to-teacher ratio may be equal at Gregory and Washington elementary schools, but the classroom size will be drastically and disproportionately inequitable to the students at Washington, one of our Title I schools. Outsourcing our paraprofessionals, the glue holding the pages of our children's IEPs together, to a managing agency is unacceptable. Our paras will see up to a $4,000 decrease in annual pay, which is nearly $100 a week. A 15% annual reduction in pay is an impossible and unprincipled ask of our dedicated paraprofessional staff. Our New Jersey school districts of Soma, Clifton, and Cape May have made headline news recently highlighting the dangers of delegating our hiring practice to a managed service. For example, an agency para was arrested on school grounds for having illicit drugs in their possession. A disabled preschooler was roughly shaken in the classroom, and another agency para was arrested for sexual assault while working in another disabled preschool classroom. I've reached out to other special needs parents in New Jersey about their experience with schools using managed agencies for their paraprofessionals. This laissez-faire survey showed how lack of training, multiple no-shows, high turnover, and disengaged staff affected their child's regulation in the classroom. A dysregulated child cannot learn. A dysregulated child will not meet their IEP goals and progress to be the best they can be. And the fiscal repercussions are that the school district can get sued via due process complaint, obviously, for not providing a free and appropriate public education to each student. A student's worth is not defined by their intellectual ability or what they can produce. Bottom line, outsourcing the paras is a really, really bad idea. It deprives our most vulnerable and many times nonverbal of a trusted and experienced professional in the classroom, and ignores multiple second and third order costs, which it appears to me that the board has not fully considered. You can't throw infinity bodies at the problem and expect that the problem is going to go away. I would urge the board to rethink their course of action. Thank you.
Isaura Fernandez, Whittlesey Avenue. I'm here for two things. The first thing, I am the West Orange CPAC chair. And I'm very grateful for Mr. Moore and all his support for kids with special needs through all these years. But more importantly, I wanted to speak about my son. He's a 7th grader, Roseville Middle School self-contained classroom. This past school year has been a struggle for him. He loves his routine and not willing to accept changes willingly, but it's all part of his diagnosis. This year, Roseville Middle School has now 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there has been an increase in students, which has made an increase in routine changes for him, class announcements, crowded hallways. It has affected my son, who was used to being in Mount Pleasant Elementary School with Mr. Postiglione, 6 kids in a minimally sensory environment. Starting in December 17, he had enough, and he said, Zach doesn't want to go to school anymore. I don't like this school. And he refused to go back to school. He refused to get on that bus. Fast forward 2 months later, I was able to get him back in the building for 5 minutes. With the help of the staff in the building, increasing time, he started feeling less anxious to return. But all the plan will not have come to fruition without his one-on-one, Mr. Derek. He welcomes Zach every morning and makes him feel safe to return to school. He's currently now going to school about 2 hours every day in the morning and completing his schoolwork. He recently told me, Mr. Derek is my friend. For our kids, the paras, the teachers, the support staff are their friends. For my son, he has no friends but the support from the school. And I highly appreciate them. The paraprofessionals do more than expected for our kids, especially those in the self-contained classrooms. Next year, Roosevelt Middle School, all the autism classroom will be moving to Liberty Middle School. Although the idea sounds great for kids like my son with sensory challenges, the thought of transitioning without his #1 support, his para and friend, Mr. Derek, has me very concerned. Another year of struggles for my boy, and he's on the route to be in an out-of-district placement. We are highly against that, by the way, and believe staying in district with his friends he's known since kindergarten is his best option. My only hope for the future is that my son's incredible team of support from Ms. Melinda Ledemzowski's class will remain in place so that the kids can transition successfully to their new school next year. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is David Burstein. I live in Hoover Avenue in West Orange, and I run a project called Price Reflect. We analyze publicly available board authorized service rates across New Jersey school districts. Our data set currently includes more than 50,000 rates from 119 school districts, including West Orange. 2 findings stand out. First, rates from similar service providers can vary dramatically across neighboring districts. Speech therapy rates in Essex County, for example, range from $65 per hour to $186 per hour. Second, the same provider sometimes charges different rates in different district contracts, something that only becomes visible when you look across districts. We've published these findings at pricereflect.com. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Gina Rivas Velasquez, and I live on Corwell Circle. I have to say I'm standing here with 4 alumni from the Special Education Department. Nick Velasquez, Marcus Fonville, Akenna, and Jeff. And we're standing here. Wait, let me say what I have to say, and they may have something as well. So I'm the mom of 2 graduates from the West Orange High School District with pride. I am here today speaking on behalf of the special ed students, the most vulnerable, wait, I messed up, I'm sorry. Okay, first you know what, I'm gonna go off script. I wanna ask a question because I agree with everybody who went before me, and I wanna make this quick. By outsourcing, is that gonna be the same type of situation that the transportation program or the transportation department has, where when we have a problem, we call you guys and you guys say, oh, call transportation. And then we call transportation and there's no answer, or they give us the runaround, or whatever they say, the problem is not rectified. Are we gonna have the same situation?
I'm just asking because the transportation we know is messed up. It was when my sons were here. So I imagine that it's going to be the same situation where who's going to be accountable? We call the school, or not we, because I'm not here anymore. My son is not here anymore, but I feel for the students and the parents. They're going to call the school with a problem or concern about a para or whatever, and you guys are going to tell them, oh, call the whoever. And we're going to have the same problems that we have with transportation. That's not good at all. Okay, I'm going to stop, but I think Marcus wants to say something.
Good, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marcus Fonville. I live on Devon Drive here in West Orange, New Jersey. I think the paraprofessional teachers were doing a fantastic job when I went to their schools, such as St. Cloud, Roosevelt, and West Orange High School. They taught us the important things, just as lending money. Lending money is not a good idea. We always have to tell the students not to lend money to one another. It's true. It's true. It's very, very important that we have to tell the students they have to bring their own money for lunch on the next day. Number two, the paraprofessionals, when I used to have them a long time ago, they did a great job asking us to take attendance to see who's here or who's not here. Yeah, well, everybody's here. and then all the way to the 18 to 21 program. My old crew at the 18 to 21 program taught us a lot of things. Number one, job training. And number two, build our confidence. 3, talking about living on your own. And that make sure we always have to use manners while you're going to the job interviews before you get hired. My former teacher, Mr. Anthony Perconti, taught us the basic skills on how to get a job. Okay, so Mr. Perconti, he motivated me as a student. Mr. P taught me a lot of things, such as career awareness and career exploration. Mr. Perconti, he's an amazing man. I know him very well. He told me him and his wife they were communicated with my former teachers, my former confirmation teacher for many years. So may God bless our West Orange paraprofessionals teachers. Thank you.
All right. What do I say about this?
Just introduce yourself first, please.
My name is NTL Studios. Oh, you can go right now. So I've been going here for a while. It's been a while actually, but I had a lot of great teachers, like what Marcus said. I had a lot of great teachers teach me and teaching me. And throughout my years, I've been working at Mashio's food service with my old friends. But am I good? Okay. With a lot of support throughout the years of this school actually. I had a lot of support with these wonderful teachers and paraphernalia. What she said. So thank you to the West Orange High School for coming with this journey and allowing me to involve and improve in everything. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Ikenna, but you can call me Rex, if that's okay with you. So, you're gonna replace all the teachers? I don't think so. I have a lot of friends here. They were teachers. I met a guy. His name was David Dickman. He was a great man. A best friend. If you think you're gonna replace him, you gotta replace all of them, everyone in this crowd. Who goes? You're gonna replace them? AI or predatory people that the students will know who they are? What I'm trying to say is these kids need a future. These kids need friends. These kids will be doomed to failure. If you think this is a good idea, you gotta give us death. I say, let their wings fly.
Um, uh, hello. My name is Jeffrey Johnson, and as you all know, I am autistic, and I really heard that my buddy Marcus Fonville was saying that it's been so long since we've seen all the teachers in West Orange High School, and it was really cool. And I remember the time I enjoyed back in the 18 to 21 program. I remember doing the breakfast cafe or the breakfast club, delivering breakfast stuff like bagels and muffins and coffee and hot chocolate and stuff. And I did pretty good delivering stuff to all the teachers, and they really liked it very well. But now, since I already graduated from 18 to 21 program West Orange High, I now have a job at King's that I used to You see, my first job at King's that I used to work is in Chatham, but now I got transferred to a new King's in Florham Park. And also I worked at King's 5 days, on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And my hours are 10:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. And I go to JCC, which stands for Jewish Community Center, on Tuesdays and Fridays. And we learned things about what's going on, like who have disabilities and have autisms, like we know how to communicate and respect with each other, like we how to use our good words, meaning be mindful and clever. And we all know that it's very important to use our good words and never to use bad words like cursing or mouthing people and stuff like that. But we know right things that are truly appropriate. And we are good at it as well. So thank you all and have a good night.
Bye, Mr. Moore. All right. Okay, my name is Haven Burton. I'm at 24 Birchwood Avenue. I just wanted to say good evening. I am a West Orange parent of 3 students in 3 different schools. You heard me right. I have an 8th grader at Liberty Middle School and 2 younger children in elementary school, one at our zone school in St. Cloud and my daughter Nova at Redwood Elementary. 2 of my 3, that's right. 2 of my 3 have IEPs, and I am well acquainted with our special education programming and paraprofessionals. I want to be clear that I am speaking tonight as a parent and not as a representative of those communities. I also have the pleasure of serving as the president of the PTA at Redwood Elementary. I want to say, thank you. I want to say that I'm not here as an adversary, but as a partner and an advocate for our district. My intention tonight is to share my perspective with the hope that it is received with an open mind and an open heart. Tonight, I want to talk about my youngest, my supernova. I'm proud to share that Nova is the first student with Down syndrome in our district to be fully included in general education in the elementary level with supports. Thank you. And that is not because she was deemed ready by the district, but because we challenged the district's placement practices for students with her learning profile. And because of her team, because of her paraprofessional, Miss Lily, she is thriving academically, socially, and emotionally. And I just want to say that her classroom is extraordinary. The care, the collaboration, the belief in her is something that we feel every single day. Her IEP meetings feel like celebrations. And this is not just working, this is transforming how her team, her peers, and the Redwood community understand what inclusive education can be. It is a working model and an example of what's possible. And I want to share a quick contrast. Last year during the extended school year, where everything is new, the class, teacher, and para, within a week, I received an email that Nova had eloped from the building and was headed towards the bus loop before she was stopped, where the cars and buses are during dismissal, which, as you know, is extremely dangerous. My immediate question was, how does a child with a one-on-one aide get that far? And the answer was clear. She didn't have someone who knew her. And that contrast between a consistent, trusted support system and a rotating, unfamiliar one is exactly why these proposed cuts are so deeply concerning. These are not interchangeable roles. These are relationships, trained professionals who ensure safety, access, and continuity for our most vulnerable and marginalized students. Removing them doesn't change a line item, it changes outcomes. And in some cases, it puts children at risk. Now, I understand that you're facing incredibly difficult decisions, and I do not take that lightly. On a very personal level, I have been hoping and praying for each and every one of you for wisdom and discernment. But as families, we are not standing still. We're organizing, we're advocating, and we're pushing at the state level for structural change. But those changes take time. We faced a huge deficit last year, and meeting this year's deficit is not going to solve the problem or make us immune from facing the same crisis next year. At some point, we are no longer making adjustments. We are dismantling the system. So my ask is this. Please please do not move forward with eliminating and outsourcing our paras and aides. This model has been tried in other districts and it leads to instability
ma'am.
and
Your
weaker
time has
support
expired.
for students. All right, thanks.
I'm so nervous. Katie DeGraff, Nestro Road. I have been on the board of the PTA at Redwood for 5 years now, and I'm just I only mentioned that to give context to how well I know Redwood. Redwood is a family, and our paraprofessionals are its beating heart. Several of whom have been in the school district for 10, 15, 20 years. They have the absolute hardest jobs, yet they are paid the least. They do this work because it is a calling. I understand that the district is hoping to work with an outside agency that will hire as many of our current paraprofessionals and aides as possible, but there is no guarantee of that. You have no ability to guarantee that they stay in their current roles with their current students. Even if most staff are rehired through the agency, once they are no longer district employees, their pay, benefits, and job security will be at the mercy of the agency with the free will to change assignments, reduce hours, and alter their employment conditions far more easily. Even if the day-to-day placement looks the same at first, long-term stability will be significantly weakened. You would be putting them in a situation where they will be forced to accept less pay and benefits when they are already gravely underpaid. It is common for students being served by paras to thrive with consistent routines and predictability. Often paras stay with the same students for years. When you destabilize that, and I know that is not your intention, but that is a possible outcome, you get dysregulation and you get escalation. When that happens, that doesn't just affect an individual classroom, but the entire school if additional staff are needed to be pulled in to respond. Our paras and aides know their kids. They know triggers, patterns, what works and what doesn't, and what can prevent an escalation before it happens. That knowledge doesn't exist in a file. It is built through years of daily experience. West Orange requires paras to have at least 60 college credits or passing the Para Pro exam, plus district training and onboarding. Agencies like EduStaff typically only require a high school diploma or GED. Speaking from my friends in other towns who use outsourced paraprofessionals, the staff is typically extremely inexperienced. We have, in fact, already seen how this has played out right here in West Orange when BCBA services were outsourced at Liberty after Mrs. Legates resigned. The contracted staff were inexperienced and key systems such as the EIRI, program structure, and point system were not consistently maintained. Communication broke down and data tracking deteriorated. Paras and aides are also part of our general education classroom through inclusion classrooms. Research shows that when students with different needs learn together, build friendships, and access the same curriculum, the experience shapes how they see the world and how they treat other people. That kind of learning environment depends on having enough skilled and knowledgeable adults in the room to support the needs of all of the students. Financially, this is a gamble.
Thank you, ma'am. Time is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Put our most vulnerable community on the chopping block.
My name is Christine Sargent. I live on Samuel Street in West Orange. I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 of whom attend Kelly, and I missed bedtime tonight in order to be here. I'm a special educator in a neighboring district, and in my district, they also made the disastrous decision to outsource paras. So this has not only harmed the paraprofessionals by cutting hours, changing their benefits, and lowering their salaries, but more importantly, this cut has hurt our students. Our paras are no longer entitled to the quality training that our district once provided, and their hours are so slim that we as teachers have no planning time with them to go over expectations or to update them on critical pieces of students' plans. One of my classroom paras was injured on the job, and she was told by her supervisors that she had to use her PTO instead of having her sick day covered for a follow-up doctor visit. We've lost so many experienced paraprofessionals with the switch to ESS that there are constantly several vacancies in our building. So this means that our students with the most significant needs are facing a rotating door of adults who are barely qualified to work with them. And even worse, it means that accidents happen. Our students have been hurt by people who do not know how to safely work with them, and nonverbal students who require adult support to safely navigate the building have been left alone, only to be discovered by other adults. And the only recourse that our building administrators have is to call ESS and say, please don't send that person again. That doesn't mean that that person is going to be fired. That means they're going to be sent to West Orange tomorrow and work with your students. And as I'm sure you might imagine, the cost of our legal fees now makes up a significant line item in our special services budget. And yes, this results in the district paying settlements and costs related to out-of-district placements. I'm a proud member of our teachers union, and the back of our shirts say, respect. I implore you to respect the West Orange teachers, support staff, and paraprofessionals. They deserve your respect with a fair contract for all of their members, and I implore you to reconsider this cut and the move to ESS that will just hurt our students, the very people that you have been charged to serve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Spiro Manzis. I'm from Morristown, New Jersey, and a special education teacher at Edison Middle School. Over my 8 years in the district as a special education teacher, I've had the privilege of working alongside dozens of wonderful paraprofessionals at Edison and the Extended School Year program. Upon hearing the news that the board is seeking to utilize third-party agencies to fill these vital roles, my heart sank. Special education classrooms simply cannot function without the love, care, and expertise our paras provide to our most vulnerable students. While it has been suggested that district is seeking to onboard as many current paras as possible, we know intent and execution don't always align. Hiring from outside for-profit companies who prioritize earnings over the well-being and education of our students is a mistake. They have no ties to our schools and community, nor do they have working relationships with teachers that fosters collaboration for seamless and effective instruction. Compare that to the current model. Most paras have worked in our schools for years and have a stake in the education of our children. They take pride in being Redwood Rockets, Liberty Lions, or Mountaineers at the high school. Many paras have gone through our schools as students and choose to serve the community in classrooms, athletics, and club advisors. I can appreciate the current financial challenge our district faces. It must also be acknowledged the taxpayers of West Orange already pay a substantial amount, which fund our excellent schools. While these realities exist and difficult decisions must be made, the proposed change in the staffing of paras will have negative consequences to the teachers and students who rely on their skills, knowledge, and familiarity. Now I could go on and list all the concerns that have already been raised, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to switch it up and conclude with a brief anecdote. This past summer, I worked the extended school year program at Kelly Elementary with a group I had no prior experience with. On day one, before the students were unloaded from the buses, I shared my first day anxieties with one of the paras who was assigned to my classroom. Luckily, he was familiar with the students as he worked with them during the school year at Redwood. He quickly demonstrated warmth, compassion, and knowledge of each student, which put my mind at ease. One by one, as our students ran off their respective buses, they greeted Mr. Andy with wide smiles, high fives, and hugs. At that moment, I knew he would be an indispensable member of our summer classroom, as all the paras in our district are indispensable members of our classrooms. This is just one example of hundreds of similar stories teachers, administrators, students, and athletes can share about the paras we lean so heavily upon. I implore the board to look elsewhere to cut spending. Not only would this prospective decision cause pain and suffering to our friends and colleagues, some of whom are West Orange residents, but to our most at-risk students who rely on them to make social, emotional, and academic progress. I thank you for granting me time to speak on this matter.
Hi guys, my name is Isaiah Labareri. I live on Park Terrace. My daughter, she's Elena, and she's 5. She goes to the school across the street. She's in Miss Becky's class. Sorry, I'm standing there crying because I'm a special education teacher in Paramus, and I work at a private school, and this is where the students go when districts can't handle them and they can't teach them the right way, so they come to my school. And I know what it's like to have outsourcing paras at the school, and it's not good. You spend not weeks, not days, not months, you spend years trying to find decent people who have the care for your children, who have the responsibility and understand the responsibility that they have to teach your kids. I had to wait 5 years for my daughter to tell me, "I love you, Daddy." And that's because of Miss Lauren right there, and Miss Becky and her paras and their paras. I couldn't take my daughter to the movies, and I'm a teacher. I don't want to be a teacher when I'm home. I want to be a dad. And as you guys, if you have kids, you understand what it's like to feel comfort in knowing that your child smiles when they go to school. If my child didn't smile when they didn't go to school, then they wouldn't be at the school across the street. I don't have anything written down because I work 19 hours a day. I work 2 jobs because my wife, we can't pay for daycare. So to have the confidence in the school across the street for my daughter, Elena, and to know that she's getting a good education helps me to work 19 hours. I see my kids for an hour a day in the morning to do their hair, to make them breakfast, to tell them Daddy loves you, and I spend 20 minutes on the phone while I'm at Applebee's bartending just to make enough money for my kids. And it's not good to feel like now I can't even feel confident about the next year of my daughter and where she's gonna go. I know what it's like for parents I do intake, so I know what it's like when parents come and they say that the school didn't take care of my kid. They used to, but now they can't. Oh, they lied to me. They told me they were gonna give them this and they were gonna give them that. I know what that's like, and now I don't wanna feel like that. You guys have the responsibility. You said that it's hard for you to sleep at night. It's hard for me to sleep every day at night, working 19 hours, seeing my kid for 1 hour a day, and then if she wakes up at 3 in the morning, she can't even tell me what's wrong, and I'm trying to do what I do during the day on her iPad, and we're trying to figure out what's wrong. We're trying to work on sight words and trying to teach her to go to the bathroom, and sorry. I'm very passionate about my students, and I understand you guys are working hard, and I understand that you guys aren't checked out. I hope you guys aren't, because I don't get to check out. As a parent for a child with autism, I don't get to check out. Please do not check out on my kids. Please do not check out on my daughter. I have a picture of her on her first day going to school, smiling, and I don't want to miss that ever in my life. Please take care of my daughter. Thank you.
Good evening, Max Grossman, Allen Street, West Orange. I obviously stand with the Paras, but I'll be representing the Technology and Engineering Department tonight. I'm a proud lifelong resident of West Orange. I graduated from Gregory, Roosevelt, and West Orange High School. I've taught here for 11 years, primarily in woodshop. I, just like you sitting up there, have dedicated my life to serving this community and want to make sure that we are making well thought out and informed decisions. This year, with the guidance of my current supervisor, Ryan Delgercio, and coordinator Cindy Selly, I brought in a $25,000 grant for the home maintenance program, which was also created under their guidance. In fact, our department has brought in over $100,000 in grants during my tenure here under the current supervisory structure. Before we dismantle what's working, I'd ask the board to consider why it's working. Each teacher in our department is an expert in their field. Unlike many other departments, we manage budgets, design our own curriculums, maintain our own equipment, and have strict safety considerations to contend with. The changes proposed tonight will undermine our autonomy and decrease morale if we're forgotten about in the phys ed department. Putting tech ed under phys ed doesn't make academic sense. It's like asking a soccer coach to suddenly run the golf team. Totally different skill sets and knowledge bases. Our content is based in design, fabrication, engineering, and digital tools. STEM is always talked about as the future of education, and a real STEM department with tech ed placed under the science department is a more obvious move, if a move needs to be made. At the same time, family and consumer science, which includes early childhood, nutrition, and cooking, might fit better with health and PE. The swap costs the district absolutely nothing and is simply the right call academically. I understand we're facing a $14 million shortfall, but a budget crisis reveals what we value, and these decisions need to make sense academically and not just on a spreadsheet. Consider the contrast. The superintendent announced that we're eliminating 2 administrative positions, but both of those positions, the people retired. Their responsibilities are being redistributed to other supervisors with what appears to be little planning. No administrator has been riffed and no administrator has been terminated. In fact, on the agenda tonight is a new supervisory position, Supervisor of School-Wide Advancement and Intervention. At the same moment, we're discussing the elimination of 75 teaching positions and 233 paraprofessionals. That is not a shared sacrifice from everyone. My one ask, no matter where we end up, please keep our existing coordinator in place. That position costs $5,000, easily made up with the grants. Without our department gets lost in the much larger sea of science or phys ed. For $5,000, you preserve the structure that has brought in over $100,000 of grants, won multiple state and national awards, and has built a reputation as the place where our
Thank you,
students
sir. You're
find their
out of your
future
time.
careers. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Mapes, and I'm the theater teacher here at the high school. Thank you all for listening to us. I'm really grateful for the outpour of love.
Wendy, which
and-
town do you live in?
I'm in West Orange.
Thank you.
I live in West Orange, and I teach in West Orange High School. I've been here for 11 years, and I've been in this New Jersey system for 15 years. Very touched by the outpouring of love from various members of our community, and for you continuing to listen. I know it's challenging and it's a lot, but I'm really feeling how much we all care. I've been crying, I've been laughing, all sorts of things because of the outpouring and the care of this community. I'm going to speak on 2 things. At a time when artificial intelligence and social media and smartphones are radically altering the way we think and navigate the world, the performing arts, specifically theater and dance and music, are more important than ever. Not only do theater, dance, and music explore and celebrate the human condition, but they foster authentic communication, a skill our young people and our society is struggling with. The performing arts force students to put down their phones and actually talk to each other and work things out. Having in-house one-on-one paraprofessional support in my 11 years here at the high school in the theater room has enabled students who are blind, on the spectrum, and living with cerebral palsy to take theater, act on stage, be featured in monologue showcases, play leads in the 10-day film challenge, and perform in coffee house, talent shows, and musicals. All of this was only possible because of our amazing in-house staff of committed paraprofessionals who are a family, not a business. And I know that because I'm married to one. I'm now going to read a statement written by a dear colleague who could not be here tonight. So I'm going to play her role. I started acting for the West Orange School District with the intention of staying for 1 year. That was almost 2 decades ago. I am a paraprofessional, and I used to say, I'm just a paraprofessional, but that made it seem like I wasn't good enough. I am a paraprofessional in West Orange, and I'm proud of it. I have been here as long as I have because I fell in love with the schools, the community, and my job. I have made connections with students, coworkers, and the community that are priceless. I am completely understanding of the budget deficit the board and town are now facing. However, outsourcing the support of our most vulnerable students is not the answer. My position exists because the students I work with every day need me. What do I say to the students I work with who smile and say, I can't wait to see what happens next year? What do I say to the student who says, wow, I can't believe I did it. I couldn't have done it without you. And lastly, what do I say to the student who looks in my eyes and says, you're the reason I'm passing all my classes? Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Carr. I reside at 27 Silver Spring Road. I'm a proud parent of 2 kids in the school district in 2 different schools. I'm also a PTA board member at Gregory Elementary, a member of WOPE, and a proud voter. While I am very frustrated and I don't understand how we're being asked to accept major decisions without a clear plan in front of us. I am speaking from a position of support to what is possible in West Orange that we can hopefully do together. So, where is the plan that speaks specifically to the loss of paraprofessionals and 75 teachers and the gutting of programs? We had healthcare brokers earlier here tonight that had a presentation for this community to understand the differences in the healthcare system, where all you needed was a slide. We are talking about people's livelihoods. We are talking about our children's futures, and not even a slide for us to talk through. It's pretty disrespectful, to be honest. We moved a meeting to an auditorium because we knew this many people were going to show up with frustration, but also hope for actual change in this district. But alas, we are not seeing anything. I reviewed the presentation back from the March meeting, and the timeline clearly shows the district is still developing the actual plan through June and possibly a 5-year plan that should be expected in August. So why are we making decisions that are fundamentally changing this district without a plan? The current strategic plan still posted on the district is from 2021 to 2022, and only a small portion of that plan has actually come to fruition. Many of the areas that are in that plan are the gray spaces that we all have, which is why we're so frustrated and all of us are getting upset tonight. Without groups like WOPE pushing for budget meetings, funding conversations, and improved communication, many of these discussions would not be heard at all. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go past. The proposed cuts directly also contradict the goals both in the 2021 plan as well as what was presented at March 5th. Your plan talks about strengthening student support, improving academic outcomes, and reducing screen reliance. But we're talking now about larger class sizes, fewer supports for our most in need populations, which people have spoke more eloquently about tonight. And we're also now seeing that specials are going to be reduced to a mere 30 minutes. These are not, specials are not extras. They are essential. They're the only consistent screen-free part of the day where creativity, confidence, and collaboration are built, and where many students feel finally successful and engaged. And at a time when we are already seeing the negative effects of increased screen time and massive dips in youth mental health, you cannot say we want to reduce digital dependence and then cut the very programs that actually give kids a break from screens. Gregory's Miss Tracy is up next, and she is a superhero in our house and the
Thank you,
community.
ma'am. Your time.
She's crucial in this district, as all these teachers are.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Tracy. I reside at 268 Gregory Avenue. I've been a West Orange resident for 10 years. I have 2 children, a 4th grader at Gregory and a 6th grader at Roosevelt. I also have the privilege of being the art teacher at Gregory for the last 10 years. Sometimes people ask me what it's like to teach art to young children, and I often liken it to throwing a dinner party 6 times a day. When you throw a dinner party, you plan. You learn about your guests and their preferences and their dietary restrictions. You make seating arrangements. You gather ingredients. You set the table and curate the space. You greet your guests. You invite them in, engage in conversation. They share experiences. They tell stories. They laugh. Occasionally they argue. And then there's the meal, serving exposure to new flavors, textures, cultures. There's joy, there's connection, and engagement. And then they leave you with all the dishes. And then 5 minutes later, you do it all again. The board proposes that next year, elementary specials should be reduced from 45 to 30 minutes per week. In conjunction with combining class sections, this would force arts education teachers to be shared between 2 buildings, thus clearing the way to cut our staff. Time and space are critical for arts education, specifically at the elementary level. Our program has value. It serves more than just a contractual prep time for classroom teachers, which, by the way, is also not enough time. Children need time for inquiry-based discussion, materials exploration, child-led discovery. In our classroom, students are building fine motor, social, and critical thinking skills. They're learning how to self-regulate, make mistakes, solve problems, and reflect. And they also need time to wash their hands. 30 hands, 60 hands. This change would gut our curriculum. We would go from a multi-course dinner to a dinner party to fast food. Things like ceramics, printmaking, and painting would no longer be on the menu with those time constraints. This cut would directly affect your child's day-to-day experience at school. We love your kids, and we believe in what we do. We strive to create screen-free, sensory-rich spaces dedicated to squishing, singing, mixing, chopping, collaborating, joy, and connection. But 30 minutes is not enough. We understand that you need to make your numbers work. No one understands this more than a bunch of art teachers who run a year-long program on just shy of $3 per child. But we get creative, and you can too. And as a taxpayer, I support raising the tax cap while you figure it out. I'm so thankful for our West Orange parents for education who are making strides at the state level to implement change. To the Board of Education, I urge you to reconsider your decision to divest in the arts as well as your special education programs. Your children are watching, and they're listening to what you deem as valuable. This is not a question of numbers. It is a question of what we hold sacred as a community. Our kids deserve better.
My name is Mira Franowitz. I live at 28 Ridgeview Avenue. I'm a 12th year employee here in West Orange, as well as a resident and a parent of a Gregory student. I wanted to speak on behalf of both specials and paraprofessionals tonight. Growing up at school, I felt invisible. I didn't make waves. I was shy, as hard as it is to believe. I did my work, I kept my head down, and that was that. I had some absolutely wonderful classroom teachers who I remember to this day, but for the most part, I was in the background, except with my specials. I had the same specialist teachers for all 6 years of my elementary career, and they knew me. My PE teacher, Miss Malarkey, knew that I was a gymnast, and I got to make demonstrations during our gymnastics unit. My music and band teacher, Mr. Bratch, knew me, and when I wanted to go ahead in my clarinet studies, he would let me do 10 pages instead of just 2. My German teacher, Frau Kunkel, quickly understood that my knowledge of Yiddish translated to the German language and allowed me to excel. All of these teachers were important, but I think maybe one of my favorite special memories was in library, which is funny because I didn't grow up thinking I would be a library media specialist, and here I am. I remember distinctly finding refuge in the school library. I'd go when I finished my classwork early and devour book after book. I'd finger through the cards of the card catalog to see what was there on whatever my interest was of that day. And my favorite memory, in fact, is after our story in class, I'd jump from my seat, go to the bottom shelf of the third stack on the right-hand side, and I would grab the Random House Book of Humor. I'd sit down right in front of the window and scare myself silly with the excerpt of Roald Dahl's The Witches every single week. I think I remember my specials so specifically because those teachers knew me. I had a relationship with them that I couldn't build elsewhere. I had them for 6 years. I saw them day in and day out. I look at those connections, and then I think about how our students are going to miss when we aren't dedicated to our buildings, when rooms are closed because teachers are traveling or they're not doing morning duty and smiling and waving at the children as they come in. I think about how enriching our specials are in our students' lives and how these special areas of education impact them and how much they'll miss because there just isn't enough time. I then think about our specialized populations, and it's really concerning. I absolutely believe that this board is going to do its best to make sure that they fulfill their promise of trying to connect our paraprofessionals with a vendor that will allow them to continue working in this district. However, I worry that they will not find an idyllic place where our paras will get fair wages, get full-time contracts, full benefits, and money going towards their pensions. And if my fear is what does come true, I'm worried about the para turnover that we're going to see. Our specialized communities need consistency and trust in order to fulfill their needs and goals. They need people who understand their nonverbal communication, their tics, and what makes them go. When our reaction fails,
Thank you,
where
ma'am.
is our
Your time has
long-term
expired.
plan for our students?
Cara Picciarelli, 16 Westover Terrace. I'm here as a parent, an educator, and a member of WOPE. Over the past several years, our district has had a growing structural deficit. We don't need to get into that, but the gaps that were managed with one-time fixes are now exhausted. And while many of the causes like rising healthcare costs, transportation, changes in state funding, these are outside of the district control. We understand that. The lack of a long-term plan is not. We can expect to see another deficit next year and the year after that. So what is the plan? Are you going to continue to cut staff and programs year after year? Every year we will continue to lose teachers. We will lose programs, increase class sizes. Continuing to make cuts is not going to make our district better. Students will suffer. Teachers will be overwhelmed and they will leave for other districts. Opportunities for students will continue to diminish. And the accomplishments that you take time to highlight at the beginning of every board meeting will be few and far between. You are being reactive to the problem, not proactive. What happens next year? What is the multi-year plan? What steps have been taken to secure additional funding? Are you consistently pursuing grants? Are you actively advocating at the state level for fair funding? These efforts should not fall solely on parents. Just as importantly, where is the transparency? The budget process should include the community from the beginning, not just at board meetings. We need dedicated, accessible forums where decisions are explained clearly and community voices are heard in real time. If programs are being cut, the public should know exactly how much each cut saves, because ultimately this is about more than a budget. Our kids deserve a district that is thinking ahead, not one that is reacting year after year to a growing problem. As has been said, a budget is a statement of values. Right now, this budget says we value survival over growth. Our kids deserve a district that is thinking ahead, not one that is constantly surprised by its own recurring math. Our kids deserve a plan.
Hello, my name is John Kelly. I'm at 4 Gilbert Place. Come by anytime. Just want to say that it was just around this time last year when I was informed that after 2.5 years of service in the social studies department here at West Orange High School, that my contract would not be renewed for the upcoming year. Despite strong evaluations, excellent relationships with staff and students, I was told that there's simply nothing that could be done. The district was just in bad shape. In the time since the board eliminated my position, I've found, oh, look at that, perfect, thank you. Much more comfortable. I have found employment in a neighboring district, yet my home district, the district where I contribute some of the highest property taxes in the country, continues to hemorrhage, a victim of both legislative short-sightedness and obvious bureaucratic mismanagement. You'll forgive me for speaking about myself at a time when the lives of so many others will be irreparably damaged by the actions of this board, but I mentioned my story to show this board an example of a real life that has been thrown into chaos by decisions you made. I have a mortgage, I have a daughter, I have plans to grow my family. All of those plans are, put on pause when your contract is not renewed. The lack of humility, empathy, and basic leadership shown by this board is genuinely staggering. Each board member, from president on down, seem hell-bent not to acknowledge the glaring truth that everyone in this audience understands. You are severing the social contract. Our taxes will continue to go up while you dilute the quality of the education we all pay for and sap the civic goodwill that West Orange is known for. Go out into the community and talk to the families you represent. They feel like they've been had. I will remind this board that the same democratic forces that put you into office are the same democratic forces that can vote you out of office. And if this board continues to wield the budgetary scalpel with slippery hands and buttery fingers, I'll do everything in my power to make sure they do just that. Thank you.
Hi, hello, my name is Helene. I'm a West Orange resident for 35 years. I've worked in West Orange School District for 24 years. I'm also the parent of 2 children who went through this school system. One of my children went through West Orange's special education program from, from pre-K all the way through 18 to 21. We made the decision to stay in West Orange specifically because of the strength of that program. My daughter had many challenges. She had significant sensory needs and she could become aggressive. There were times she would try to run, what many of you know as elopement. These were not small challenges. They required constant awareness, experience, and trust. And that's where our paraprofessionals come in. The paraprofessionals who worked with my daughter were not interchangeable staff. They were consistent, trained, and deeply attuned to her. They knew her triggers. They could see a meltdown coming before it happened. They knew how to de-escalate situations safely. They knew how to protect her and others while preserving her dignity. And just as importantly, she knew them. For many special needs students, consistency is what creates a sense of safety. Without it, everything becomes harder. You cannot replace that kind of relationship with a stranger. You cannot expect a rotating or outside person to walk in and immediately understand a child with complex needs. It's not realistic, and more importantly, it's not safe. For families like mine, paraprofessionals are not an extra. They're not a line item. They are essential. They are what make inclusion and meaningful education possible. Reducing or removing them isn't just a staffing decision. It directly impacts the safety, stability, and success of the students who rely on them the most. I am asking you to fully consider what is at stake here, not just in terms of policy or budget, but in terms of real children, real families, and real outcomes. The paraprofessionals who supported my daughter at times felt like angels. Their patience knew no bounds, and their strength and positivity knew no end. They made it possible for her to learn, to be safe, and to be part of a school community. Don't take that away from the next child who needs it as much as mine did. Thank you.
I don't wait this long to get into a Giants game, so took me a while to get up here. All right, Kenneth Gibbons, 7 Riggs Place, West Orange in the Valley. Okay, I'm a lifelong West Orange resident. I'm a CPA with decades of experience analyzing budgets, cost drivers, and operational efficiency. I'm also the parent of a child who is 4th generation West Orange resident, and she is on the autism spectrum with sensory challenges. So that's why I'm here. First, I want to address the proposal layoffs or outsourcing of the paraprofessionals. From both a professional and a practical standpoint, this raises serious concerns. And I currently have a client who develops software to help doctors better understand and treat children with autism, ADHD, and other behavioral conditions. As part of my work, I was engaged to analyze the demand and trends. That data was clear. Demand is increasing, not decreasing. In New Jersey, we found that that need is even more pronounced. We are seeing more children with autism, ADHD, anxiety, and behavioral challenges. That means the need for classroom support is going up, not down. Second, paraprofessionals play a crucial role. I know this firsthand. My wife's sister and my cousin's wife are special education teachers. And I consistently hear from them that paraprofessionals provide one-on-one support, help manage behavioral situations in real time, and allow teachers to effectively teach the entire classroom. When that support is reduced or destabilized, the pressure doesn't disappear. It shifts to the teachers, to the families, and most importantly, to the students who rely on the consistency every single day. As the therapist from New Jersey Perform Care that have provided services to my daughter, have told me consistency matters, especially for children with special needs. Third, regarding outsourcing, and I know this because so many of my clients have tried to do it. While it may appear cost-effective on the surface, outsourcing staffing models often lead to higher turnover, less continuity, and weaker accountability because the employees that are from the outsourcing agencies are paid much less. So as the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. For children with special needs, the inconsistency comes in real cost. We cannot be penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to our most vulnerable students. From a financial perspective, I would strongly caution against any decisions based on solely on short-term cost assumptions. If paraprofessionals are being laid off or the district is moving.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
I think we need the data. I emailed you already, Brian.
Hi, thank you for listening to us. My name is Nicole Dalamalay. I'm a school psychologist, case manager at Cali Elementary School, and I'm a Morristown resident. I just want to say I do love West Orange. I love the staff, the people I work with. 8 years ago, we saw a need for a crisis prevention and intervention training. For those of you who don't know, that's called CPI. I went to the director, and at the time, we had the funds, and we saved a lot of money by having an in-house trainer, which happened to me 8 years ago. I have trained over 400 probably of the paraprofessionals and teachers within this room, and my job is very intricate in working with all of them. However, I do know there's a lot to consider, so I'm just asking you to consider the following. And I'm hoping my phone didn't die in the process. Consistent training of all staff in CPI training is essential for maintaining a safe, supportive environment for both students and staff. When staff are trained consistently, they develop a shared understanding of how to recognize early warning signs of escalation, use de-escalation strategies effectively, and intervene safely only when absolutely necessary. Without consistent training, responses can vary from person to person, which increases the risk of injury, trauma, and legal liability. Regular training ensures that staff use the least restrictive interventions, protect students' dignity, and follow best practices aligned with safety and compliance standards. I would like to continue to feel confident when I have to make those hard phone calls to parents as a trainer, that we have done everything possible. I ask that you take into consideration, just like you did for me 8 years ago, to come up with a plan when making the hard decisions that I know ultimately you have to make. Please take into consideration the training the new staff will need when walking through our classroom doors. Thank you.
Julie Bookbinder, Collmore Circle, West Orange, a member of West Orange Parents for Education, and I have some remarks from one of the leaders of WOPE, Larry Weintraub. I'm gonna just start with a couple thoughts of my own, which is there have been a few references tonight as everyone here is an audience. Most of us are your constituents, and we're also the first and best advocates for our children and the students of this district. And I appreciate you staying up and staying with all of us, and I hope that you are taking it all in. The budget has been referred to as a crisis that suggests a surprise or a sudden escalation, but it's not. The proposed budget for our schools is a tragedy. Last year, 57 staff positions were eliminated to close a $9 million gap. Everyone has known since at least September that the cost of the current operations of our district would be at least $10 million more than can be raised without doing something different. But we have done, you have done, we've all done the exact same thing as last year. Raise taxes by a tiny bit above 2%, hope for more state aid, and when it doesn't come, cut positions to make up the gap. This time, more than 70 jobs, 75 full-time teachers, over 200 paraprofessionals, as we've heard. Next year, it sounds like things will be the same. At that point, we will have cut about 200 full-time staff in 3 years, nearly 25% of the staff of the entire district. We cannot continue walking straight into that wall. You've heard from others tonight. Our kids deserve a plan. In other districts across the state, they are using their full statutory authority to fund the gap so they do not have to decimate the staff of the whole district. We are not doing that. Say it with me. Our kids deserve a plan. In other districts across the street, they are making big changes to improve efficiency, altering the start and end times of school for different ages, finding and sharing detailed reductions in a dozen or more non-salary line items. We are not. Our kids deserve a plan. The community needs a detailed plan on how we will make it through this year, next year, and thereafter without compromising the quality of instruction. Our budget continues to spend above the state-defined cost of a thorough and efficient education. We should not have to maximize class sizes and threaten the quality of instruction. I will also add, we cannot expect to maintain the award-winning music and fine arts and performing arts programs of this high school if we cut the elementary foundation.
People online, just so you know, just a grip handle, so you just trigger it down like that, it goes up and down.
Good evening. Catherine Gardner, Knollwood Drive, New Providence, West Orange High School teacher. I'm a technology and engineering teacher at West Orange High School for the past 10 years. Before joining this district, I spent 15 years in industry in geotechnical engineering and in informal education at Liberty Science Center. I hold certifications in both technology and science. When I decided to enter a formal education classroom, I chose West Orange deliberately for its specialized course offerings, its dedicated instructors, and for a community whose diversity reminded me of the high school I attended in Florida. I came here because I saw a place where students could genuinely grow into STEM careers, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and I have watched that happen. What I do in my classroom is specialized work. My students apply science concepts to engineering models. They work with forces, structural stability, and scientific laws, such as Pascal's, Ohm's, or Newton's. They have to understand the underlying science to optimize their designs. I run lab environments. I manage tools and materials across multiple classes. I am directly responsible for the physical safety of my students every single day, enforcing procedures that protect them and their classmates. This is not just general instruction. It requires content-specific oversight from someone who understands both the technical demands and the safety standards of an engineering and electronics environment. I understand that current financial crisis requires restructuring of supervisory assignments. However, the proposed change, placing our department under the supervision of physical education, concerns me, and not for personal reasons. It simply does not reflect how this work is structured. My lesson plans regularly reference science standards, including engineering design. The instructional alignment, the lab safety culture, the hands-on technical content, none of that overlaps meaningfully with physical education. West Orange has always supported this department with leadership that understood its unique challenges. That supervision has allowed us to stay current, stay safe, and stay relevant to our students. Losing that content-specific guidance would be a real step backward for our teachers and, more importantly, for our students. I am asking the board to reconsider where our department is placed administratively and to ensure that the oversight we receive reflects the actual nature of the work we do. Thank you for your time.
At the hand. Thank you. 14 million? Where's that? Maybe it's in my pocket. I wish I had that in my pocket, in our pocket too.
Sorry, Mike, could you introduce yourself? I didn't hear your name.
Yes, sir. Hold on. I'm Nini Fuentes from Kelly Elementary under ABA program. I'm here.
Ma'am, and what town do you live in? What town do you live in?
I'm Clifton, sir. So
Thank
after this, I will go home straight.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak in support of my co-paraprofessionals. We are the people who work side by side with our teachers every single day, supporting students who need extra help academically, emotionally, and socially. Not only socially, also we are the punching bags because I am the ABA. We are often the first to step in a crisis, the ones who build trust with students who struggle the most, and the steady presence that helps classrooms function smoothly. Paraprofessionals are not extra staff. We are essential, like the words, because we keep on repeating the words, and then maybe it here in your ears that all the words that you hear today are keep on repeating and repeating and repeating. So it's the same, essential. So without us, many students, especially those with special needs, would not receive the level of support required for them to succeed. When paraprofessionals are reduced or let go, the impact is immediate. I know we are replaceable, but teachers are stretched thinner. Students lose critical support and the overall learning environment suffers. We also have to acknowledge the reality that many paraprofessionals are underpaid in the work that we do. Despite the demands of their role, they often earn wages that make it difficult to stay in the profession. This leads to turnover, instability, and ultimately hurts our students. Sir, Madam, please recognize the values of paraprofessionals. We are here to help people. We are here to help students, not only for ourselves. Maybe one day you can go out in your chair and go in our rooms and see how we do, how we work with the students, how we make our teachers help them. It's not only like that. We have people that it's in our hearts. Maybe tonight we can go home because I cannot sleep because some of my colleagues are keep on thinking about this kind of problems. So maybe tonight, my co-paraprofessional, all the staffs here in West Orange, we go home, see for another day tomorrow, and then sleep and let them decide. May the God bless us, and God bless you too, board of members. Thank you.
Joanne D. Simone, Edgewood Avenue North. 18 years ago, I moved to West Orange after my autistic son's teacher told me that Sebastian belonged in a class where they play Cinderella music all day. I was looking for a community that valued children with disabilities, and West Orange was known for its exceptional staff and programs. As a special educator, I could see West Orange understood that creating equal access depends on more than appropriate IEPs or meeting the state code. It relies on fostering a culture that fully embraces the desire to right the written and unwritten inequities that led to IDEA in the first place. Sebastian is a product of the quality support he received in and out of the classroom. His road to varsity at this high school began with an aide running with him at the middle school cross-country meets. West Orange taught him that he was destined for more than living in a world of make-believe. Today, he's a fourth-year athlete at Gwynedd Mercy University, and he was instrumental in an NCAA legislative change, allowing students with intellectual disabilities to compete in D3 programs without a waiver. The West Orange schools are a tremendous part of Sebastian's success and his dream of being a paraprofessional. He wants students to feel the support that he received. He had paras who were fed by the community our district created, and they in turn invested in our children. I worry that the savings you seek by outsourcing paras will leave our children and teachers without appropriate support and will negatively affect student outcomes. These are risks that require researched answers. Will there be a revolving door of unfamiliar paras? Will instructional time be lost because teachers have to focus on guiding untrained staff? Do the managed service agencies have the same employment requirements as our district? What data about efficacy and safety can you share to reassure families and justify such a radical change in service supports? Can you prevent a scenario where a teacher is out and nonverbal students are left with all outsourced staff who don't know them? The teachers and students need and deserve consistency in their educational environments and paraprofessionals vetted directly by you. I'm concerned by news reports that detail agency paras arrested on drug charges and sexual assault. I'm afraid the solution will jeopardize the culture we're known for, will risk the safety of students, will lead parents to scrutinize your ability to provide FAPE, will set teachers up to fail, and will encourage the idea that our children's vital support system are the low-hanging fruit that's worth discarding. As a parent and a taxpayer, I do hope you will find another way. Thank you.
Andrew Lamberson, 15 Florence Place. This is my third year teaching special education social studies at West Orange High School, and every year that I've been here, the budget problems have gotten worse. I'm worried about the paras in my language learning disability classes who are being replaced by a temp agency. I am unable to have the classroom management that I have without their help. Having constant, familiar paraprofessionals for our most vulnerable students makes them thrive. If we get rid of them for a rotating stock of strangers, then who will work for the inclusion of our students with disabilities? Best buddies, adaptive color guard, play United Flag football. These activities are run by our paras and they bridge our students of all abilities together. I worry about what to tell my kindergartner when she asks why her music and art teachers don't work at Gregory School anymore due to these specials cuts. Mostly, I worry about if I or my untenured coworkers will have jobs on Friday. Some of us will be told for the second year in a row that there is no place for us here. 20% of all West Orange Educational Association members live here in town. I am unnerved by the taxes that I pay, but if it means that we have to keep our best teachers in paras, it's an option that needs a second look. Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Evker both made it known in their statements from March 26th that they are unwilling to raise the tax levy to combat the deficit. Mr. Evker said he wasn't going to run again for school board, and then he did. And he says he wants to stay and fix these problems. But on March 26th, he said, and I quote, "I would not vote for more taxes." But he doesn't give any options after that, saying the word transparency is being overused. And I think you're going to find a lot of resistance to taxes. From who, Mr. Ivgar? People who complain to you on Facebook? Parents who send their kids to private school? The people who are asking you to fund our schools are in this room right now. You might think that the word transparency is overused, but our students deserve a plan. Reconsider the tax levy. Solidarity forever.
Checking everybody. Hi, here we are. Oh, I've waited a long time, and I think somebody already read my speech, but I'm going to read it again because I really, really think that you're all focused now. What do you want me to do? Come closer. Hi, I'm Jackie. I am a first grade special education teacher at Kelly across the street in the Language and Learning Disability Program. I live in Montclair. Oh, sorry, I live in Montclair, and we still have paraprofessionals there. Kelly is home to 12 language and learning disability classrooms serving students from across the entire district. It's one of West Orange's model programs where specialized support helps hundreds of students thrive and their families. I love my job. I'm proud of the work to work with some of the most curious, caring, and vulnerable first graders in the district. I also want you to come see what we do.
This year I have a maximum class size of 15. That's double what I had last year. So if you're looking at who's solving this problem, it's right here. My paraprofessionals make that possible. Together, we deliver rigorous academic instruction, we implement IEPs, and we support emotional and behavioral needs. Mr. Moore recently said, our paraprofessionals provide crucial classroom support and uplift our school community. I couldn't agree more. One of my paraprofessionals has dedicated his life to this work. He's our classroom's hype man. He's the one that walks in every morning and sets the whole tone. He knows what I'm going to do before I do it. He reads every learner and meets them exactly where they are, in their academics, in their emotions, soothing the anxious ones, building up the ones that think they cannot. He builds me up too. That's not a job description, that's a calling. And it's why administration consistently places the hardest students with him. Because they trust what he's built, and so do I. And he teaches our most valuable learners, vulnerable learners, and valuable, that they belong here. I don't want to lose that, and neither should you. So when I learned that we already are in this process, I have to speak up anyway. This decision deserves scrutiny, even now. Our paraprofessionals are not just employees, they're invested members of this community. They've earned benefits, built careers, and committed to our students long-term. An agency model will ask them to do this work with none of the security. And when people don't feel valued, they leave. That turnover doesn't show up in this contract bid, but our students, my students, are gonna feel it. And when students lose consistency, some may not succeed in this least restrictive environment, requiring far more costly outside placements and litigation. Those costs do show up in your budget. These relationships are not interchangeable. In my classroom, we hold high expectation, but at the end of the day, the most important thing I teach is how to be a good person, to treat people with respect, and to do the right thing. If I haven't said enough here, all of these people have. You need to do the right thing here.
Good evening. My name is Erin Asenza, and I live at 28 Oxford Terrace, and I'm here with the West Orange Parents for Education. And I really appreciate your time to hear everybody today. I'm the parent of a first grader at Gregory and a 3-year-old who's very excited to follow in his older brother's footsteps in a few years, but I'm worried what will be left when he gets there. I want to be very clear. What's being presented right now is not a detailed long-term budget plan. It's a pattern. I want to share our introductory experience to the West Orange District from just last year. When my child entered kindergarten, he had 3 different teachers over the course of this critical year of learning. His first teacher was relocated to a different classroom. His second teacher was a temporary sub for 4 months, and his third was ultimately laid off due to budget cuts. By the end of the year, he was behind of what was expected of him at his age, and we had to hire a tutor just to catch him up because of an entire year of learning loss. This is a real impact of not having a long-term plan. The past few years I've been a parent in the district, we faced large deficits, and the response has been the same. Cut teachers, increase class sizes, reduce programs. That's not strategy, that's reaction. So tonight I'm asking for 3 very specific things. First, a long-term budget plan, one that clearly lays out priorities, trade-offs, a strategy to shift the deficit to a surplus, and what this district will look like over the next several years. Not just a list of cuts, but a real strategy. Second, give the community the option to vote on a temporary school tax increase. As you've already heard, many of us are willing to invest more to stabilize this district. This was presented at the last board meeting, but was dismissed. We're not asking for a blank check, just a bridge. But our citizens have the right to decide if a $60 a month increase is worth the trade-off for them. It is absolutely worth it to me. And we should have that right, the same way Montclair voted on their tax increase to address their budget issues. And third, we need to seriously reconsider cuts to elementary specials like art, music, and PE. These are not extras. They're essential to a well-rounded education, especially for younger students. Cutting them at the elementary level has real developmental consequences and diminishes that overall school experience for our kids. A widening budget deficit and no long-term plan to address it also has a real financial consequences for this community. As you know, school quality directly impacts property values. If our schools continue to decline, home values will follow, and that will affect every single homeowner in West Orange, kids or no kids. Because if we continue down this road, by the time my children reach middle and high school, there will be very little left in terms of programs, support, or opportunity. Our kids don't just need cuts. They need leadership, transparency, and a long-term detailed plan for the future. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Moore. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kim Robinson. I'm proud to be a special education and English teacher who has served the West Orange community for nearly 10 years. I'm here tonight to address the BOE.
Did you say where you live? Sorry.
Montclair.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to address the BOE's current decision to privatize the work of our district's paraprofessionals. You've heard from the community tonight about the impact these educators have on our classroom. Paraprofessionals provide this individualized support to students in a consistent, caring, and professional manner that results in academic, social, and emotional gains. Paraprofessionals are not easily replaceable. They are educators trained to support the complex and widely varying needs of students. They must build trust with students they serve and learn to anticipate the needs of students across a range of activities that students may find stressful and respond to unexpectedly. Saying that our paraprofessionals can simply apply to be hired by whatever private company the district awards this contract to is an attempt to minimize the value of this critical educational role. Believing that paraprofessionals are interchangeable is a dangerous fiction. Relationship building is an important requirement of this position, and student success will be negatively impacted without the consistent professional care that district-employed paraprofessionals provide our community. Paraprofessionals deserve to be contractually compensated for their experience and dedication to our district and their students. Privatizing this important educational role will result in West Orange losing talented professionals. No one on staff should be discarded and then asked to work for a private company that won't provide them appropriate compensation, benefits, and security for the important work they do. By disbanding our district's unionized paraprofessionals, this district is prioritizing short-term financial benefits on the backs of student success. In this cultural moment, when those across our country in positions of power are actively working to undermine our public education system, it is shameful to support any effort that further weakens the strength and robustness of our students' education and weakens our beloved West Orange School District. I am urging the board and administration to reevaluate your decision to privatize this critical role. Thank you.
Tracy McCall, Cedar Grove, special education teacher at Kelly Elementary. I'm asking you to reconsider the decision to replace district paraprofessionals with an outside agency. This issue is not just about staffing. It's about whether we can consistently implement legally required IEP services and maintain appropriate educational outcomes. Many of our students' IEPs include the need for a consistent and predictable learning environment. This is not subjective language. It is tied to well-documented research showing that students with disabilities, particularly those with autism, emotional disabilities, and executive functioning challenges, demonstrate increased engagement, reduced behavioral incidents, and improved academic progress when routines and personnel remain stable. Paraprofessionals play a critical role in maintaining that stability. They are trained in district procedures, familiar with individual behavior plans, and able to implement supports with fidelity. That level of familiarity directly impacts measurable outcomes such as time on task, frequency of behavioral interventions, and access to instruction. I want to briefly connect that research to what I see in my classroom. When my regular paraprofessionals are present, students transition more smoothly, require fewer behavioral interventions, and are able to stay engaged in instruction. There is a clear, measurable difference in how much learning time we are able to preserve. When a substitute or unfamiliar adult is present, even for a single day, I see increased dysregulation, more frequent interruptions, and a noticeable loss of instructional time. Students who typically function successfully within routines may struggle simply because the adult support is unfamiliar. If outside agency staff are rotated, reassigned, or unfamiliar with students, we risk introducing variabilities that directly contradict IEP requirements. That creates potential compliance concerns, including failure to provide a free, appropriate public education. This decision should be evaluated through that lens. Will this model allow us to implement IEPs with consistency and fidelity? Will it improve or diminish student outcomes? I urge the board to review data on staff consistency and staff performance and consult with the educators responsible for delivering these services daily. Our responsibility is not only operational efficiency, it is measurable student progress and legal compliance. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Danielle Sokola, ERI teacher at Redwood School, Dover, New Jersey. I'm just here to speak on behalf of the paras as everybody else. I want to first thank West Orange for giving us the special education program we have. I'm 23 years in district. My first year was a paraprofessional, followed by gen ed. And the last 4 years I've spent in the second and third grade ERI program, to which I have had multiple paras come in. And not everyone is trained enough to work with our population. For those of you who don't know, ERI is emotional regulation impairment. So our students, some of them have the highest IQs in the building, but can't regulate. Our paras get up every day, read their emotions, read their faces, and can see exactly what they need. When you bring somebody else in, a substitute, we had contracted BCBAs. I had a de-escalation that our contracted BCBA had no skill set to help with. We had to call over to Kelly to get one of our district BCBAs to help. So while I appreciate, and I became a special education teacher while in the West Orange school system as an educator, I need to know for my students, I get up every day. My paras get up every day. And while I thank you for giving us a wonderful special education program, if it is not broken, you do not need to fix it. And our paras come in every day with the same love and drive that our students have, the same love and drive that us as teachers have. As the curriculum gets more rigorous, as the time with students it increases because we're losing special area time. Our paras get up every day. They go to every special. They de-escalate verbally. We have had minimal restraints in the ERI program I can speak to from 2nd to 5th grade. And I can tell you that firsthand because of our paras. They come in every day. And again, this is not an attack on the board. This is not to say that I don't think that you guys are not doing everything you can. But we collectively have to do better. Our paras aren't just paras. They're therapists. They're parents. They're a safe place for our students who don't have that regulation tool to go to. I watched a student throw a whole lunch at one of our paras and then run to her for that consolation to know it's okay, you're going to be okay, it's about the recovery. So please, if anything comes of tonight, take into accountability that if that was your child that needed somebody there, you wouldn't want a stranger that they're unfamiliar with. Thank you very much.
My name is Marshall. Here tonight, my family and second grade special. When my husband and I moved to West Orange years ago, before we had our daughter, we heard good things about West Orange School District. When we were so excited when our daughter started kindergarten in West Orange, but knew that she would need additional support to be successful. The special ed department helped us to realize that she would benefit most in a smaller classroom setting with a paraprofessional. Fortunately, she's been placed in classrooms where there was a paraprofessional. Special ed department helped us to realize that she every day, as much as their classroom teachers have. This is only because and only possible when consistency, clear expectations, procedures, and investment are in place. These individuals are part of our village, and it takes a village to raise a child, and replacing them with an unknown will not do. We have paraprofessionals who've worked with staff members year after year and have established professional partnerships and collaborations that greatly benefit the children. So please take this into consideration and keep our paraprofessionals. Thank you.
There we go. All right. My name is Rasmus Prastholm. I'm on Mount Pleasant Avenue. And I'm the guy from last year who joked about wanting to start a volunteer parent leaf blower brigade. I don't know if any of you remember. I wasn't kidding, half joking, but the idea was that's the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that I think we need to get out of this. I understand the numbers are what they are, but we need to do more. And there were suggestions at that meeting. I brought them, others brought them. I talked to the board after the meeting and somebody said they'd be in touch with me and nothing, no email, no phone, no anything. We got this feedback form and I have no idea if that went anywhere. I mean, I assume it did. And I don't doubt for a second then the people sitting here care about our kids and educators. Just something seems to happen when you sit behind that table that blocks the creativity. It's probably the weight of the numbers, the bureaucracy. You have so many constraints that we don't. And something like, unlike last time, I feel caught between sides. I'm here as an individual parent. I'm not here as part of a group. I'm on a PTA, I'm a volunteer coach, all those kinds of things. But I'm here just as a nerd with ideas. I'm not trying to start an argument. I'm trying to make the arguments better. I'm here, I have a para story, but we've heard so many of them already and they're all worth celebrating. It's amazing that we have these accomplishments from our special ed students. I would love to hear more of that. But in this meeting, it feels like there's a point of diminishing returns to hear the same things. That's not to be insensitive. But the process nerd in me is thinking, this is a really expensive meeting. Could some of this have been an email? Or could it have been an actual dedicated system to helping sort out, here are arguments in favor, here are arguments against, here's a visualization of the budget, here are ways to kind of like track down spots like, wait a minute, I know a thing. Over here, I can help. And last time I tried to help, I'm here, I am again. This time I brought printouts. We'll get to that. So, yeah, there's never enough time, is there? I'm not here to rant about what you're doing wrong. I'm here to suggest a thing that I think of as an exoskeleton for the community, where we as volunteers, all of us, there's so much talent in this room, we can do more, but we need to be let in. There needs to be a process to collaborate. So I just really hope we can do more to make things visible. And there are so many ideas in here. I'm sure some of them are false starts. I put this together in a few days because of modern tooling and process. So I would like to bring this up if I may.
If you give it to Ms. Flowers, our business administrator, she'll distribute them to the board later. Thank you.
Good afternoon or evening. Adam Kramer, West Orange resident, who's lived here long enough to pay 92 quarterly tax bills on time. I would like to first address the board with my solution on how to get out of this mess. The first thing I think you should do is, and I'm usually against tax raises because they have a pernicious effect on the community, but I think going instead of 2.5 to 3.5 would be part of a solution to get us out of this box this year. I think we have to really, really look hard at transportation and do some unpleasant things with transportation. And, you know, Mr. Rock, Mr. Moore, rest of the board, if parents yell at you and say, I lost my bus, send them to me, have them yell at me. I'm the face of the Essex County Republican Club. People yell at me all the time. I'm immune to it. So just do that. So that's your part. Now, folks in the red shirts. Folks in the red shirts. If you don't know me,
Mr. Kramer, if you'd like to address us, you can, but you can't play to the crowd. Thank you.
the folks in the red shirts. I'm the guy who your union has told over a dozen times not to vote for me, and over a dozen times your dues have been used to go to my opponents. And I realize we're in a mess. But unlike the politicians of the past who told you you could have raises and great health care and great pensions, and it's all economically going to work out, it's not. And I'm going to be empathetic in avoiding lying to you. I'm going to say the numbers aren't going to work out. And unfortunately, that means what you're used to is going to change in a negative way. And it's sad and it stinks. But I think the best way to get out of this box is to get a little help from you guys who are well compensated relative to other districts in the state and county. Give a little in paying for health care, postpone a few raises so that we can come to zero layoffs. So I think if the board does its part, you guys sacrifice a little, no one has to get laid off. So that's my suggestion. I hope it is something that's practical and can work, and I thank you.
Hi, Maureen Donahue. I live in New Providence. I've been a teacher in West Orange for 24 years. My colleagues have done an amazing job highlighting how vital the paraprofessionals are. I echo what everyone has said about them, but in the interest of time, I'll jump down to my second point. I want to speak to the importance of the arts in elementary school. For many students, these classes are not just for enrichment, they are where they feel most confident and engaged. Reductions in this instructional time, particularly in art, will limit opportunities for students to fully explore and develop skills in a meaningful way. By the time you take the clay out, it's time to clean it up. Additionally, related arts time provides elementary classroom teachers with desperately needed planning time. These educators manage incredibly demanding schedules and already have the least amount of time to prepare. Reducing the related arts instructional time exacerbates this already untenable situation. Classroom teachers have already been told to expect larger classes and now will have even less time to plan for them. I've often heard versions of this quote: "The entire education system is built on the unpaid labor of the teachers." I don't think anyone deciding to go into this teaching field was naive enough to think we weren't going to have to work hours beyond our contract. I think many of us were surprised at just how many hours that would be. But please don't take our dedication for granted by making an already impossible task even more difficult. Lastly, around February, March of each year, the board typically recognizes the recipients of the Governor's Educator of the Year Award and the Educational Services Professional Award. As of tonight, there has been no such recognition or scheduled date to do so. So on behalf of the WOEA, please join me in congratulating this year's winners: Trisha Burke, Angela Tortunis, Julia Kos, Nicole McArdle, Ralph Demarius, Kim Greenwald, Lizette Villalobos, Carmen Gordillo, Jill Lorenz, Charlene Davis-Williams, Mary Kehoe, Janet Spain, Gabrielle Werner, Isabel Guerrera, Jen Marino, Carol Festighi, and Dawn Brennan. We are proud to work alongside all of you. Thank you.
Good evening. We will put my phone. I'm Margarita Sainz Soto, a West Orange resident and Redwood School parent and taxpayer. My family and I moved here in 2021, specifically for the strength of the schools, the diversity of the town offers, and to give our daughter the best educational opportunities we can provide. For us, that's priceless. I'm here tonight because I strongly oppose cutting staff in our schools. When we talk about balancing a budget, the very last place we should look at is in the classroom. Teachers, aides, counselors, paraprofessionals, and support staff are the people who make learning possible. When we cut them, we cut directly into the quality of education our children receive. Before we even consider touching instructional staff, we should be looking at every expense outside the classroom. That includes transportations, for example. If we need to make sacrifices, can those sacrifices be for things that are outside of the classroom? We should also be willing to have, as many people have said before, an honest conversation about revenue. Why are we not granted the possibility of a tax increase before we talk about cutting the people who teach and support our kids? And more importantly, why is the community not being consulted about what level of taxes we are willing to pay? These decisions affect every family, and yet we, the West Orange community, are not asked directly what trade-offs we prefer. When we talk about taxes as a burden, we frame the entire conversation in the wrong way, in my opinion. Funding our schools is not a burden. It's a responsibility we share as a community. These are our children, our neighbors' kids, our future workforce. Investing in their education is not something to apologize for. It is something we take pride in. And when we're looking for solutions, we should also be examining administrative costs. We should examine how much is being spent on salaries at the top and whether those costs are aligned with our priorities. If we are asking teachers and paraprofessionals to do more with less, then we should be equally willing to scrutinize spending at every level of the system. Cutting staff harms students. It weakens programs. It undermines the mission of public education. We owe it to our children to explore every alternative: transportation changes, administrative adjustments, and yes, tax discussions, before we take away the people who make our schools a safe and special learning space. Our kids deserve a plan. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Ann Anderson. I live at 8 Corwell Circle, West Orange resident. I'm here tonight. I'm a proud parent of an autistic daughter, Juliana. Many of you know her. I am also a proud taxpayer, although my taxes have increased this year as well, but for her education, I would take the hit. My family chose to come into this community because of strong education of a special education program, a decision that shapes my daughter's future. And this is not just about my child. New Jersey has one of the highest autism rates in the country, 1 in 29 children. That means the needs for stronger, consistent support for special education students with IEP is significant and growing. My profession, I'm also the Director of Human Services for Union County, New Jersey, one of the largest, handling at least more than half of the budget right now that represents West Orange. So I manage a budget of over $100 million. So I understand the fiscal challenges and the need to make difficult decisions. I also recognize the district is facing $14 to $15 million shortfall. That is real, but the goal cannot be just to reduce costs. It must be protect outcomes while managing costs. My professional experience, effective systems do not just cut costs, protect what is working. When a system produces results, the focus should be strengthening it, not replacing it with uncertainty. My daughter Juliana has had a paraprofessional from kindergarten through her senior year, Kelly Elementary, Edison, Roosevelt, and now West Orange High School. That consistency matters. Paraprofessionals are essential to how special education students with IEPs succeed. They provide stability, support, and real time, ensure students can fully participate in classroom. Because of that, my daughter did not just succeed academically. She made friends. She gained confidence. became a part of her school community. Adaptive Color Guard, cheers for inclusive flag football, being a part of Bus Buddies and nominated Champion of the Year. She's now a 4.0 GPA, a member of the National Honor Society. That success is not accidental. It is result of consistency, skilled paraprofessionals working alongside her teachers every single day. So I'm looking at my time, I'm going to cut down. But privatization is not the answer. Being transparent, having the different skill sets coming into the table. West Orange is filled with a lot of talent, and the parents that choose to send their kids to public school is willing to sit at the table and help come up with solutions. Paraprofessionals help make my daughter's success possible. The question is tonight whether the same support will still be there for the next child. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rosia Gonzalez. I live in 108 High Street in West Orange. I'm a parent of 3 children in Kelly Elementary School, and 2 are in special education, and I am the biggest advocate. But along my side have stood the amazing teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff of Kelly. I have been a class parent for almost 4 years. I have seen firsthand the difference support staff make in our classrooms. I have watched how a trained paraprofessional can help a child stay focused, feel supported, and succeed. That kind of support helps the entire classroom. But I have also seen what happens when that support is not there. My friend recently went through a situation where an untrained substitute that came from these agencies was put in the classroom without the proper training and have mishandled a child with ADHD. And even belittled him in front of the classroom. The sad part is we don't know if this was malintent or just lack of training. And this is a problem. But on the other hand, I have also witnessed the tight bonds of my daughter's best friend with their paraprofessional, how year after year his success has reflected in having a great class with a paraprofessional by his side, giving him understanding, care, love, and support every single day. These children, our children, my children deserve a plan that ensures trained, consistent support for students who need it. A plan that values and prepares paraprofessionals so every child is treated with understanding and respect. We need answers, not just for today, but for the future. What will our children's education look like moving forward? And how are you making sure they are going to be supported by trained staff every day? Please, let's find a solution and protect years of education, experience, and trust we have built throughout the years here in West Orange. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Fonzetto. I'm from 8 Jagger Court, West Orange, New Jersey. I have 2 students in the high school, one that went through the whole special needs program, and the other one that takes advantage of the arts, theater, and plans on doing a BFA. My son, I'm here for the paras. My son was diagnosed with autism at the age of 2.5, and after a year of early intervention, I was told to stay in West Orange because the program is excellent. I've been credited to be this great mom and everything else, but I could tell you right now, the reason he is as successful as he is because of the paras, because of the special education teachers, because the paras are the ones that taught him how to potty trained him. The paras are the ones that taught him how to brush his teeth. The paras taught him everything that I was supposed to teach him, but I didn't know how. So now he's graduating. He's got over a 4.0 average. He is going to a 4-year college. He has choices. He has teachers that encouraged him, and he had paras. The paras and caseworkers were consistent. I made sure of that. He had consistent caseworkers who worked with the paras. Now, here's my question. The only great thing that I did was asked for the para to be at my IEP meetings every year. And why is that? Because they are the only ones that knew him. They are the only ones that knew how he was outside of the classroom, inside the classroom. We get told, parents get told all the time, you know him best. Yes, we know them. But the teachers, the paras, they're the ones that know them best in this situation. From Kelly to, he's been here since he was 3. So I cannot credit myself. I have to credit those paras that taught him everything. Taught him how to go and ask for help. Taught him how to go and communicate and do what he needed to do to advocate for himself. I don't have to worry about him when he goes to college. I know that he's going to be great because everyone has taught him how to be. And those paras are the ones that have done it. He's had them for all the way up to 3 months ago. So I beg you, when they have the meetings with these people from outsource, how are the parents going to find out about them? Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Carlos Basols. I live right across the street on Pleasant Valley Way. Lived in West Orange for over 20 years. I coach youth football here. Coached at the high school for a couple of years. Coached at Seton Hall Prep. I've been in West Orange for a while. My 5 brothers and sisters graduated from here. My younger daughter is going to graduate from here next year. But I'm here for my 5-year-old who's currently in kindergarten across the street at Kelly. And I want to give you like a real case study from the beginning of this year to now. Just back up a little bit, she started pre-K last year in the lottery system that we had. Didn't have a great experience there. We get calls every day, hey, come pick her up, come pick her up. She's not complying. She's doing this, that, and the third. All along, I knew she needed a para, but you had to go through the proper channels in order to even have that happen. Short story, long story short, I wound up taking her out of the program there because it was just, we couldn't get a para, and it was just really hard on me and my wife. Come back this year, we started at Kelly. I knew she would have a little bit of a struggle, so the year started, and Kelly's been phenomenal. Dr. Marion over there and Nicole, who was here earlier, they've been phenomenal. She started the year off in a general ed classroom, and she was kind of having the same problems here and there, so they brought temporary paras in. So my daughter kind of does what she wants when she wants to. She wants her to beat her own drum. She needs someone there to really hone her in. So the point there is that they had temporary paras, like week here, week here, week here, and it was the same result. My daughter's doing what she wants to do. She's really not listening. She's not really able to get the curriculum going. Couldn't get a writing sample from her, couldn't get a reading sample from her. Really couldn't know what she could do. Met with the child study team at Kelly. We wound up moving her to her current classroom with Miss C, where they have steady paras there. And when I tell you the difference between night and day between my daughter is literally night and day. I feel like she's seen. And that's the vital important thing. She can write, she's bright, she can read, she can do everything. And until then, she was just thought to be a behavioral problem. But she is bright as can be, and she's really seen. And that is, and I credit that to the class that she's in that has constant paras in there every single day with them. Even in the morning when we drop her off, it's, hey, how you doing? It's hugs and kisses and everything. So I'm here for the paras. Consistency has been the word that I've heard a lot this evening, and I'm a sports guy, and when your favorite team isn't doing well, a lot of that has to do with consistency. So please take that into account. I mean, the short story is
Thank
find
you,
another
sir.
way
Your-
if you can, please.
your time
I
is
understand.
expired.
Let's
Thank you.
see if we can find another way, please. Thank you.
I'm a little taller than everybody else. Oh, thanks, sorry. My bad. We don't have this fancy stuff where I'm from. Hi, I'm Hillary Turnbull. I'm St. Cloud Elementary School, and I'm from Springfield, New Jersey, obviously New Jersey, whatever. Anyway, I bring a unique perspective to the situation, having experienced a similar scenario while employed with union schools about 8 years ago. They attempted to replace the paraprofessionals with agency staff, and it ultimately failed. The district was forced to rehire staff. Problem was that when they finally went back to contact original staff members, most had moved on, and union lost a significant number of qualified people who cared deeply for the students. Also, as a 10-year member of the Board of Education in my town, I would have rejected this solution outright if it were ever presented to me by the business administrator and superintendent. While it's easy to believe that rising transportation, healthcare, and out-of-district placements are beyond your control, the responsibility to make sure the BA and superintendent are actively making changes to find savings without compromising students' education lies with you. By failing to hold your BA and superintendent accountable for their budget management, you are complicit in this situation. For years, you've gone over the 2% cap tax levy. This has been an ongoing issue that has gone unmanaged. One of the primary roles of a Board of Education member is to ensure fiscally responsible spending. This decision is neither fiscally nor ethically responsible. It sends a clear message to those of us who earn the least in this district that high earners have made mistakes and we are the ones who suffer the consequences. This, in essence, of trickle-down economics throws us at the bottom get squeezed out. Speaking from my position, by hiring an agency-appointed person, you signal to the students and staff and parents that we are unimportant and we as people are expendable. That's not the case. I invite each of you to spend a day in my shoes doing the work I do. Sometimes I face physical confrontations, getting kicked, hit, spit on, scratched, all in the name of helping children have a positive educational experience. I help them re-regulate when they are in distress and maintain their stability when they're calm. When they have a happy, productive day, it matters not to just their families, but to me as well. I take immense pride in the job that I do, as should everyone here. The alternative paras are being offered will not be equal to what we are currently have, and the students will not get comparable aids. This school year alone, I purchased additional toys, resources for the classroom I work in because the district is unable to provide essential items. Not because someone's making me, but because I know that these items will enhance our students' experience, make it the day fun, and I want them to enjoy learning and looking forward to coming to school. Now, if we, as the superintendent put it, fortunate enough to keep our jobs, you're asking us to possibly accept a 45% pay cut, lose paid time off, face reduced hours, and contend with increased health benefits. I ask you, how am I supposed to manage that shortfall in my personal finances?
Thank you, ma'am. Your
With
time
an
has
altered revenue
Thank you.
and rising operating.
Hello, I am Catherine Schaub. I am a homeowner and taxpayer here in West Orange since 2020. I'm also a graduate of West Orange High School, 2010. And Superintendent Moore, you may recognize me because you're the reason I graduated, despite lots and lots of absences. So lots of disappointment felt here today. I'm also the proud recipient of special support services at both Gregory Elementary and Roosevelt Middle School for my dyslexia. I am the wife of a Morris County public school teacher who previously served as an executive board member for his union and has participated in contract negotiations. I have watched as steps have been added to the guide that have made it harder and harder for teachers to reach the top. I have watched as our monthly health care costs have gone from negligible to almost $5,000 a year out of pocket. I have watched as mandatory meetings have been added to their contract, additional hours, additional outside afternoon, evening responsibilities, and pay has not kept up with inflation. They continuously have to pay more for their benefits while getting less, and are continuously, I'd say, disrespected in contract negotiations. I have seen the long nights that these negotiators, these teachers on the union, put in to get the best deal possible for the teachers, while also closing those negotiations as quickly as possible. So to suggest that the union board members are doing anything else is ridiculous. And I am also the parent of a 3-year-old who is currently being assessed for ADHD and autism. I am a 34-year-old woman who was not diagnosed with ADHD until about 3 years ago. And many of the issues I faced in high school were a result of that undiagnosed ADHD. I chose West Orange to purchase in because I knew my future child would likely need the same special services I received. And I'm so disappointed and betrayed to see this board make these decisions for the taxpayers who have chosen this district for this reason. And I'm really upset that you're trusting these brokers who, in my husband's district, misrepresented the numbers. I take umbrage with suggesting the attorney knows more singularly than the collective knowledge of your students, parents, educators, taxpayers, EC. And I need you to reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Samanamu. I reside at Cherry Street. My resume is over here. And I am a bilingual paraprofessional here at the high school. I'm standing here tonight not just as an employee, but as someone whose life was changed by this work and by this community. I became a paraprofessional at a time when I didn't know how my life would move forward after losing my only sibling. I was grieving, I felt lost, and I didn't know what my future would look like. But one teacher, Mallory DeMarco, had faith in me. And the paraprofessionals I worked with took me under their wing. They showed me what it truly means to support others, to be patient, to show up every single day, and to believe in people even when they don't believe in themselves. The mantra I learned here is simple. We are all in this together. For 7 years, I've carried that with me. And even now, as I'm grieving the loss of 2 more loved ones, people who gave their all to children, I continue to show up because that's what this work teaches you. Since then, I'm grateful to collaborate with Best Buddies, with Move the Spectrum events, and bring people that have become friends to hang out with our students. So a quick shout out to Doc Gooden, Stephen Baker, Larry Barra, Shane Spencer, and Nick Werner for always helping out our students. And only 1 out of all the board members attends our events. That's the type of showing up that matters. And that's exactly what our students need. There are students who walk into school every day overwhelmed, anxious, and unsure if they can make it through the day, especially when English isn't their first language. But over time, with consistency and trust, they begin to feel safe. They start to try. They start to believe in themselves. And sometimes all it takes is just one familiar face, one person who understands them to make that happen. That is exactly what paraprofessionals do. We notice the small changes. We step in before things escalate. And more than anything, we are the people our students trust. So of course, when I hear this news about replacing paraprofessionals with outsourced staff, I'm not thinking about the positions. I'm thinking about what's being taken away. I think about the student who walks into a classroom looking for the person who makes them feel safe. And what happens when that person is gone? Because this isn't just a staffing change. It's a loss of stability, loss of trust, and you cannot replace relationships with a revolving door of strangers. You cannot expect vulnerable children to thrive in constant change. And you certainly cannot put a price on the impact of people who are deeply committed to these students and these communities. For 7 years, I have loved this job. So I'm asking you, please don't take that away from the students, because for some of our students, we are the reasons they feel safe to stay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vikas Mehta. I'm a resident of West Orange for the last 6 years. And I was the one who was suggesting in regard to when it comes to why not cut the directors, right? All of you sitting over there, you're ready to cut these people out. But none of you said, hey, I will take the 30% cut on my benefits. I will take a 20% cut on my salary. You guys will still sit over here while they will be gone. Guess what? They are the pillars. They are the one who on a daily basis see these kids, work with them, and do all the job while you guys over there make decision. Not a decision, a poor decision. At the end of the day, I have worked for a lot of companies. I've never seen where a budget keep increasing, and guess what? Every year we're saying, oh, the tax will go up, the tax will go up. Yes, it goes up, but this is not the solution. The solution should be, we should take a look into the budget, why this thing is keep going higher up. We don't know how to negotiate. You guys talk about the healthcare. I work in the healthcare for the 10 years. When it comes to negotiate, you should know what is a PPO, what is the HMO. All these can be negotiated and bring those plans to down lower costs. But at the end of the day, you think these people don't deserve the healthcare? Come on, they get binned, they get cuts, they get all these issues on a daily basis. But guess what? They don't think next day that they have to come over there, get injured. They come over there because they are passionate about it. They love their job. That's why they are sitting over here for 3 hours trying to discuss how this thing can be better, how we can fix it. But none of us over here listening to them. All of you, I have seen either one on a phone, someone is chewing a gum. Your posture shows what exactly are you listening or you just looking. At the end of the day, listen, these people represent you. I'm not going to look at you because you're not the one. You are one who decided who's going to sit over
Sir,
here.
If you would like to address us, you can, but
Sir,
you can't
I
speak to
cannot
the
address you because at the end of the day, for the last couple of years, you guys didn't listen. So what make a difference while sitting over here, bash out on you? It will make no sense. All I want to say to you guys, elections are coming.
Right.
Make sure whoever you choose as a mayor should be right, because our mayor is not here. How many of us are getting impacted?
Thank you. Sorry, turn it back.
It's just a 30 seconds. Thank you. At the end of the day, I just want to say, please consider if it raise the tax 2.5%, 3%, we are willing to take that hit. Personally, I'm willing to take it. But at the end of the day, you should take the hit as well as a representative sitting over there. That's all I want. Thank you.
Good evening, Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. As a forever fan of the West Orange schools, our teachers, and the staff, I felt compelled to be here tonight. I'm the proud parent of a recent graduate of this very school. That student, I will remind you, was originally denied honors curriculum, but through parent advocacy and a board of education willing to give him a shot, got straight A's in all honors and AP classes from Edison until being accepted at the #1 engineering Ivy, Cornell University, where he currently teaches students in South Central Los Angeles and was admitted as one of 53 in the freshman class as a Rawlings Presidential Research Scholar. He currently represents all of us exceptionally well. This is West Orange education magic. It is also evidence that when challenged to do so, this body can do the right thing. Many years ago, I stood before this body in this very room speaking about hypocrisy. And as the daughter of a history teacher, I know full well history has a way of repeating itself if we fail to learn our lessons. The one person who was there then and is still sitting up there now is Mr. Jacoby. Here's a cost-saving idea. Put the district's legal contract out to bid. Hire a firm that does the right thing, not what antagonizes a teachers' union and prolongs and promotes litigation that only benefits his firm and costs the taxpayers more. Leadership is about creative problem solving and stewardship. There's nothing creative about outsourcing. Our power professionals actually live in our community, often coach in our schools, and literally keep our most vulnerable safe, secure, and on task. Before looking at a plan to outsource paraprofessional roles, have you taken a long, hard look at the compensation of your highest paid? Additionally, there's nothing responsible about rolling the dice on a snow removal contract. In fact, it's only an irresponsible and glorious display of lack of leadership. It doesn't matter that the township bailed you out. What matters is that you thought your overworked and understaffed buildings and ground staff could or would do the work historically done by vendors so you could cost save. That is terribly disrespectful and irresponsible and lacking of leadership. How much more did that failure to plan cost this district? I told you earlier our son is at Cornell. That education is costly. Our taxes just went up $12,000 annually. Despite all of that, I'm willing to pay more if it means that
Thank
we
you,
as a
ma'am.
community
Your time has
can
expired.
ensure our students' education. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Moore. My name is Sharon Ortiz, and I am a proud resident of Lowell Avenue. I stand before you not as a community member, but as a 20-year educator in the West Orange School District, and as a parent of 2 graduates of this very school system. I've dedicated my career to this district. I've raised my children here. I believe deeply in what we stand for, and that's exactly why I'm here tonight. I'm asking you clearly and urgently, do not privatize our paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are not just support staff. They are the backbone of our classrooms. They work side by side with teachers every single day, supporting our most vulnerable students, students with special needs, students who require consistency, patience, and trust. You cannot outsource relationships. You cannot contract consistency, and you cannot replace the deep understanding that comes from being part of a school community. When paraprofessionals are district employees, they are invested. They know our students, our families, our curriculum, and our expectations. They collaborate with teachers, communicate with families, and contribute to a stable learning environment. Privatization disrupts that. It introduces turnover. It lowers morale. It creates a revolving door of unfamiliar faces for students who often depend on routine and connection just to feel safe enough to learn. And let's be honest, this decision is often framed as financial, but at what cost? The cost of instability for our students, the cost of diminished support in our classrooms, the cost of losing dedicated professionals who have committed themselves to this district. As both an educator and a parent, I can tell you a student's success does not come from cutting corners. It comes from investing in people. Our paraprofessionals are part of that investment. They deserve fair wages, benefits, and respect. But more importantly, our students deserve the continuity and care that only a committed district-employed paraprofessional can provide. West Orange has always prided itself on being a community that values education, relationships, and people. Tonight, you have a choice to uphold that standard. I urge you, stand with our students, stand with our educators, stand with our paraprofessionals. Keep them as district employees. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julie Brady, a resident of Bloomfield. I've been a social studies teacher here at West Orange High School for the last 22 years. I'm also a union representative for my building and chair of the WOEA negotiations team. So one of the people that Mr. Jacoby was referring to, the union leadership, that's me. I, along with the team, represent the nearly 1,000 members of the WOEA, who, by the way, have not seen an increase in their paychecks since July of 2024, even as we all feel the burden of inflation and the rising cost of living. So I am here to address comments made by Mr. Jacoby at the very beginning of this meeting so many hours ago. Mr. Jacoby knows what I also know, which is there are many topics that cannot be negotiated between the district and the union. These topics fall under managerial prerogative. And so he knows that the union cannot negotiate for staff numbers. We cannot negotiate to keep courses or electives. We cannot negotiate observation models or professional development courses or building assignments or the school calendar. But I'll say again, the association by law cannot negotiate for staff positions. So I have to wonder, what was Mr. Jacoby trying to imply when he pointed the finger and said that the WOEA did not try to negotiate to save our staff at our March 30th mediation meeting when he knows full well that we cannot? And we certainly cannot negotiate for compensation for paras once they are no longer district employees. I work with teenagers, and so I know when someone is trying to deflect responsibility. I can only surmise that this was an attempt at preemptive deflection, and a poor and toothless one at that. These job losses are the decisions, albeit tough ones, of the board and the central administration. And I will tell you what I tell my students: accept responsibility and own your decisions. We have all of the emails and meeting notes too. I encourage you to look at the lobby as you walk out tonight. Those 300 balloons serve as a visual representation of the 300 people who will not be district employees next year. They are people who will lose their jobs, people who may struggle to pay their bills or pay for medical care, people who may not be there for their students next year. And for those of us who work here in the district, we are losing people who we call colleagues, supporters, and friends. And for our students, they may be losing someone they call teacher, mentor, guide, advocate, and caregiver. The balloons in the lobby may be small, but the loss to our classrooms, our students, and our hearts will immeasurably be large. And you may try and deflect, but these big decisions, these job losses, fall at your feet. Thank you.
Good evening. Becky Ludkowitz, 24 Lorelei Road, West Orange resident. I'm closing this out because I came from teaching a night course myself, so I'm also a teacher that can't succeed without the clear direction of IEPs. I have 2 kids, a first grader named Asher, and a 3-year-old who will be in West Orange UPK in September. If you know one thing about my first grader, Asher, you know he's fast. He's level 1 autistic and has a particularly spicy brand of ADHD. And while I'm on the subject, I want to share that astronaut Scott Kelly, a product of West Orange Public Schools, also grew up with ADHD. My son, like a Kelly, is extremely smart. I know because we had him privately evaluated at age 4. He's repeatedly been referred to by his teachers as one of the smartest kids they know. He reads 2 grade levels above, but he can't sit still long enough to get his work done. As parents, we did everything right in getting him evaluated early and thoroughly. Every education and medical professional tells us so. It still took us 2 years of advocacy to get his IEP. All his teachers agreed, but we still needed to go through the wait and see periods. There was no question he needed close attention and sensory breaks. Instruction time was lost because of his eloping. Delaying an IEP was not fair to Asher, it was not fair to his fellow classmates, and it's not fair to his teachers. This year, Asher finally got what he needed. I cried tears of joy. And the most important element of his IEP is his para. With the direct help and sensory breaks his para provides, he has improved in his executive function and has gone from improving to exceeding across most classroom skills. Having a consistent para matters. Asher would simply run away from a rotating stranger. I promise you, he wouldn't stand for it. He stands for almost nothing. When we went on spring break, just to illustrate this, my son wanted to buy a souvenir for his para and no one else. Currently, that angel of a para manages 5 students in Asher's class. What's more, 5 more of Asher's classmates have been evaluated this year for learning and behavioral differences. We have been told that there is no maximum number of students that a para can share. I don't know if that's true. Asher deserves consistency. His classmates deserve consistency. His teachers deserve consistency. And Asher deserves to fulfill his dream of becoming an astronaut, just like a Kelly.
My name is Jason Davidson. I live in West Orange. I have 2 children that have been through the West Orange School District. One of them from the 18 to 20 program just graduated. He started in the preschool. The other one's about to graduate, both with honors. My youngest son is about to be in the honors program at Montclair State. They're one example of the success of what we have here in West Orange. And right now I work as a paraprofessional at Kelly. I'm in a self-contained ABA classroom. Bringing things around to the beginning, Mr. Moore said that there's a crisis ahead of us and we need to find a way to avert it. And I absolutely understand looking into every possible solution. And I spent the weekend, once I found out this was going on, looking into this, and I'm pretty convinced this isn't the solution. It will save money as a line item on the budget, but cost the district money quicker than you think when you look at all the hidden costs. And all the hidden costs come with a hidden price, but it's not really hidden. The price is going to be, every one of them is going to be an instance where we failed a student and a family. And if we're going to bring things around again tonight, let's bring it down to the times, I think, when everyone came together, because finger pointing doesn't do any good. If you're asking for help, there's people who want to help. And Mr. Moore was willing to break whatever the protocol is to have open dialogue. And I think that says something. We heard from a paraprofessional who has a child in the district who works 19 hours. Yes, we get a paycheck. We don't do this for the money. Every one of us, if you have a child, you give, your whole life is for your child, but you're talking about people who their whole life is for other people's children. And Mr. Moore is one of those people. It won't work and it won't save us money. And even if we go with the most conservative model, where it's a hybrid model and we keep everybody who's in district here and bring other people in, the risk isn't worth it. We're taking what we've invested in our students and our school, and we are risking it with the middleman. And all the models show that either year 3 or 4, it doesn't pay out. But if you look at the expanded risk to the district because of our program, you're talking 6 months to a year. Besides coming together, when he spoke, Gina brought some former students here, and I think everybody was on board with how that brought us together as why we do this and why we've invested everything we have into the district. And you can't ignore that. And I don't know if you noticed, but everybody here stood up, and that's what everybody who came here did today. And we need you guys to stand up too. I know it's a point of order that maybe that you sit and listen and aren't standing, but now that everybody's done talking, that's when we have to stand up. We have to figure it out together.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Christine Clemens. I'm a resident at 258 Gregory in West Orange. Some of you might remember me as the parent whose 3-year-old child was lost on a contractor bus on his first day of preschool last year. So something that I want to bring up is that this district does not have a good history, as far as I'm concerned, with contracting services out to vendors. The other thing is you might be looking at a short-term solution in terms of cost savings for the next year, the next couple of years, but longer-term private companies are going to raise their prices, and you're not going to have the ability to renegotiate in the same way that you do now. So that's something that I think needs to be looked at. And the reason I bring up the safety issues that came up last year with my child, by the way, I have 3 children in the district. My oldest is at Roosevelt. I have a child at Gregory, and my youngest is part of the preschool program. We've been thrilled with the education that my kids have had. Their teachers have been phenomenal. The specials teachers have changed their lives in every single possible way. So I really want to emphasize that. And I understand that this is a difficult issue, but when we're thinking about money and cost savings, I think you need to really think longer term, not just what we're looking at line item by line item, but bigger term. How much is this going to cost the district? As somebody who's been a disability rights attorney for the last 18 years, I think you're going to need to look at the compliance issues in other districts that have risen when paraprofessionals when that was contracted out. And I think that's going to be a much bigger cost to this district longer term. That on top of the poor education outcomes that we will see. Thank you.
Tony Edelstein, 50 Davy Drive, 19-year teacher at the high school. I didn't have on my bingo card tonight that Adam Kramer would be advocating tax increases. It's like during the Vietnam War when they said Lyndon Johnson lost Cronkite. You know, when you've lost Adam Kramer on holding the line on taxes, you're on the wrong side of the issue. Hours ago, Mr. Jacoby mentioned, well, first of all, I was a lawyer for 18 years before becoming a teacher. So I know how lawyers parse language, how lawyers create an alternate reality. Mr. Jacoby said that outsourcing was not on the agenda tonight. Technically, that's true, but it's disingenuous. Mr. Moore has acknowledged that outsourcing is being actively considered. Mr. Jacoby said our union was notified that this plan was being considered. So it's not on the agenda, but it's obviously out there being considered on the table. Moreover, Mr. Jacoby said that our union has done nothing to advance plans for how to save money. My understanding is that the mediator that he spoke about talked to the union on March 30th, then went to talk to the board negotiators and came back upstairs and said, wow, this doesn't often happen. I'm having a short day. I'm going home. There's no movement here. There's nothing that can be done because the board negotiators have said they will not budge unless the union agrees to tier their membership. What that means is that existing employees will get the benefit of the benefits we have now. New employees will get much reduced benefits. That's tiering the union. That's weakening the union. That's the intent. And the understanding is, my understanding is that the board negotiators have said they will not discuss anything about finances with the union until the union agrees to that plan. And the union has offered cost savings. They've offered to freeze longevity increases for the staff for the 5-year length of the contract. They've offered to freeze stipend increases for at least 2 years. So the union has been willing to negotiate. It's the board negotiators that are holding the line and are looking to break or weaken the union. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for your comments. Mr. Moore, do you want to say something?
Well, I'll just take time to tell you that I don't disagree at all. There was no disagreement to start this conversation. I've been here 30 years. I understand how vital everyone is to our district. I do want to tell you that when you're talking about $14 million shortfall, things have to change. Something has to happen. Now, when we're listening to people, and I know that a lot of emotion, and yes, I agree that, you know, you don't want to lose the quality, you want to keep, I'm all for it. Now, there are other things that were brought up. I'm not disputing that things couldn't help, like a tax increase or whatever may be the case. I get that. However, when sitting in the seat and you have certain things you're working on with certain numbers you're working with, and you're trying to work within that, you are challenged to find that. But there is no way, looking at our budget and what I can see, that what will happen is, unless we do something, like you said, raise tax, do something more. If we had to work within the tax raise that we've already levied, that can't be without some disruption to the staff. And I'm not sure how high you can take things without disrupting the staff. I think that's a conversation the board has to go back and really contemplate, because as much as I can empathize and also agree with everything that was said, the fact remains, and I wish I didn't take the job that fast this time. Everyone was asking me to take this, but now that I'm here, one of the tough parts of this job is to make a real decision that is going to be long lasting and that will be able to balance the budget, because what will happen is we won't be able to afford what we have. And that's what we're trying to avoid running into. Look, there are things that we have on the survey. There are things we heard today. And one of the reasons I like the survey, to tell you the truth, is this is great and you can hear people and people clap. But honestly, when it comes down to brass, real strategic numbers, things like that, that takes like written paper, it takes time. You have to look at it. So really don't dismiss that. That really is important, because when it's written, that's when a team can sit and look at it and talk about it. So that shouldn't be diminished. I understand the town halls or the talking out here and just getting the emotion behind everyone that lives here and how important it is to them. But I never thought it wasn't. I never thought it wasn't. I know it's important. It's important to me. I don't want to be the face of it, and I don't want to be the guy that has to do it. That's just honest. But something has to be done. We can, with the board, I'm sure it's going to go back now, and I'm sure they're going to discuss it. Probably not tonight because it's a little late, and I really don't want to end up doing that. But there'll be discussion. But I think when we're talking, other than just, the emotional side and how much we know that a lot has been put in, we have to talk about real hard numbers, what that looks like, decisions, and how we're going to make these fiscal decisions so that we can sustain ourselves. I know there's a lot of back and forth about negotiations and what we could have done, what the board could have done, what the union could have done. All that is fine, but I have to deal with what I have, and not what can happen or what hasn't happened. I have to come up with something in a short span of time. It's not a long span of time. And so I don't want you to think at all that I don't feel your passion for what you're talking about. I do. I just don't want you to think that everything can't. Again, we don't have it on ironclad. We put it out as an update because we wanted to hear from you. So it's not a done deal. But what would I be like as a leader if I don't tell you that it's considered? I think that's wrong. It's important that I tell you it's considered, listen to what you say, your feedback on it. I get that. But there is discussion that the board would have to have amongst themselves as the governing body. I will be happy to weigh in on that. But I want to walk away here not making promises, but telling you I heard you. I sat through it. I listened. We'll have discussions. And I will discuss it with the board and we'll see where we can go. But the truth is, by the time we leave here tonight, we still have to deal with $14 million. $14 million and still have a functioning school district so that we don't lose our quality and our drop off. As a parent who has kids in the district as well, I don't want to lose either. And when we talk about raising taxes, that'll come on me too. I'll be a part of it with you. And whether I agree or not, I am not this, and I've said it before, I won't express that because I'm not just the superintendent of those of us that are in favor of raising taxes. I'm also the superintendent of those of us that are struggling, that may hit my office up and say, hey, what are you doing? I can't take it, another tax hike. I represent them too. So understand that this is not an easy task, and we'll try to be as fair as possible. But telling you the truth is what I'm going to do. Telling you what's considered, even if it isn't make me the most popular guy in the room, I've got to tell you. Does it mean I'm not going to listen? Of course I'm going to listen. If I can get my way out of telling you anything and getting away, of course I would take that option, but I don't think that option's coming my way. I really don't. I'm going to have to tackle this. So I am standing before you telling you, look, my heart's with you. I'm not trying to do it, don't want to do it. Definitely didn't choose for the first 3, this is my 3rd year. You would think I'm here 10 years, but this is only my 3rd year. So I inherited a lot of things. But when are we going to deal with it is the question. This is going to take a lot more than just this conversation. It's going to take looking back, all of these conversations with board members and, you know, the behind the scenes battling and so forth. But we heard you. I heard you. I'm tired. Dealing with this from the beginning has been very difficult. But I will give it my level best. It may not please everyone in the process, but I will give it my level best. And hopefully I will be able to please some people in the process, but I will give it my level best. That's the only promise I can make as of now. But thank you for expressing yourself. And I hope you at least understand my intent is not to just diminish us, diminish our staff, and just cut for the sake of a line item. I'm sorry, does anyone else want to talk?
The hour's late, so I'll be brief. I'll just say that I trust Mr. Moore's judgment, and what Mr. Moore suggests is what I would support. Right, when he comes to us and says that we have to cut $14 to $15 million, and we run down what he's cut already, and we say, is there anywhere else to cut? And he says he's looked everywhere and that's it. I tend to trust that. When he says he's talked to some vendors and he and Dr. Ressa have a way to make this work in such a way that people can be employed and students can be served and it'll all work well, I tend to trust that. And if Mr. Moore were to go back to the table and say the finances have changed somehow and we're going to try something else, I would trust that. But at the end of the day, we put our trust in Mr. Moore. And no, seriously, I've said this many a time, and the best decision.
Do whatever I want, then? You can do whatever I want?
I didn't say that. But I have said many a time that the best decision this board has made was selecting you as a superintendent, someone who knows this district, who's from this district, and who is committed to this district. And I don't believe you would do something that was detrimental to this district. So when you come to us with a recommendation, and we've discussed the pros and cons of it, and you've made your case, I tend to believe that, and I tend to support that. And that's where I'll leave it tonight.
I won't be doing that alone. Those are too big of decisions to make. We'll share in that.
It's midnight. I have 2 children that have to go to school in the morning as well. So I'll be brief. I have lots of thoughts. Most of them are here though, and I think you summed it up very well, Mr. Moore. Taxpayer parent, all of the stories that you share as an educator feel incredibly close to home as well. And being behind this table means that we represent the folks who are in favor of a tax hike and the man who shared that he works 19 hours a day. And that is the diversity of West Orange that I love, but it is also what makes this work so hard, right? It makes Mr. Moore say, I don't want to make the decisions. And you should know that there is no one on this dais who gives Mr. Moore a harder time than me. I shred him behind the scenes. I have lots of questions. I want all the verifications. Send me the data, send me the list. I'm giving you nothing unless you give me something. And all that you've asked, all that you've said, we are raising and we are considering and we are thinking through, and we are holding one another accountable. And as a taxpayer myself with a child in high school and a child in elementary school, nothing that was shared tonight has fallen on deaf ears. And we have some collective work to do. That was said over and over and over, and it is one of the truest things that was said tonight.
Thank you, President Rock, Superintendent Moore, for those comments. I'll attempt to be brief as well, given the late hour. Maybe the diminishing return is that due to the late hour, you don't get to hear the full response of what we would have likely have said. So I'll try to quickly go through the list. I may ask for the 3 minutes to be put on so that I can go through pretty quickly.
Put it on, please.
Look, this is extremely unfortunate, and that's the reality. I don't think outsourcing pairs is ideal. In an ideal situation, it's unnecessary. It sucks for those who are in the positions. But the reality is, and I'm going to say something on the back of something Mr. Moore said, the outsourcing of pairs is really a consequence of a perpetually broken system. And I think the saddest reality of tonight is that we will encounter, like other school districts throughout the state, the reality of those realities, that we are at a point that is no longer sustainable as currently constructed. So there's a lot of talk about state funding reform and lobbying Trenton. I can tell you the Woke parents have done a lot of work on it. It's my second term on the board. Done a lot of work on it, looking at it before I was elected. And I don't like saying this publicly, so I'm gonna deviate from what I don't normally do. Out of all the analysis, I do not see a recalculation of the school funding reform formula that puts West Orange in a better position than we're currently in right now. That's the reality. However you cut it, I don't think that we come out better in a different formula. It's likely a worse situation for us, for which I won't go into. Okay. But to that point, there's been a lot of things about let's tax, using the healthcare waiver to do so. And there was I misspoke at the last meeting where I said, based on one of the speaker's calculation, in order to close the budget gap, we'd be somewhere around 6.5%. It's about 9.75 after recalculation. The challenge with the tax issue is that you cannot tax your way out of a situation where there's a structural deficit. You would be perpetually taxing the citizens of our community at that 9.7 rate, or Mr. Weintraub's calculation at 6.75 into perpetuity. it's not sustainable, not feasible, and likely would not be accepted by the citizens of West Orange, even if it were accepted in the short term, not in some long term. People talk about going to referendum. I don't have any confidence, as I talk to people in the community, that a referendum to fill a budget gap would likely pass. I think people would be in support of a passing referendum if it meant we were building a new Washington Elementary School, or we were building a new high school, something that was contributing to the infrastructure of the district. But I do not believe a referendum would pass. I've got a lot of notes here, but the theme of the night, look, my kids that go to these schools, they love their teachers. We see everyone that works at the schools. And these are difficult decisions. And anyone who came to the mic and believed that, and I speak for myself, and that anybody sitting up here takes this lightly, that this is some game, that a decision such as this has to be made, is crazy. It's crazy. This is real. This isn't some game. And if you just look at the basic numbers, there's a bridge that's not going anywhere. What we get in terms of the money from the town, the forlorn conclusion that we will tax at the cap. We got $36 million in state aid this year, which is the highest amount of state aid, even in a retrenchment of state aid, in the last 5 years. And even with the most money we've received in the last 5 years, guess what? It's not enough. With receiving $36 million, the deficit was still $14 million. That is a big bridge to close. That's the reality. We come to the mic, and the difficult part is, and I don't have the quote here, I don't want to go there in terms of quoting the sincerity of what former board president Ken Alper said about boards are impaneled, hard decisions, you got to cut, and then, like the pot of money falls out of the air from the state, and then we fill the budget gap for that year, we forget about it, and then we come back the next year in the same position. For those speakers who came to the mic and said that we've not done anything about it, and we had a big crowd tonight, I encourage you to go back and look at the YouTube clips. I have been speaking about this ever since I was elected. The insustainability of where we stand right now. But there is a challenge here to talk about all of those big tickets. You've heard me say, as much respect and regard for the teachers we have in the room. One of my son's teachers is in the room right now. The reality is you cannot talk about a productive strategy of balancing a budget without looking at the two major line items on the budget that account for 70% of the budget. 2 years ago, this board acted, as you knew tonight, to do healthcare differently than we were doing it because we saw what was coming. The contracts, the previous contracts that predate this board, for which we have no control of other than to adhere to the four corners of those documents and deal with those, what we would call somewhat constraints. I don't think others would couch them as that, but they are constraints because there's nothing we can do about them. Mr. Moore has inherited this challenge. I respect the fact that he deals with it head on. He said he wasn't going to, it's not a good position to be in. And I'll tell you, I respect the fact that he is dealing with it head on because others before him have not. So I would ask the community to give the board the opportunity to reflect and look at again, although it's been looked at, you know, so many times where other things can be done. Don't think that this decision came about and somebody just looked past it. There was real thought, real consideration, and real gut-wrenching angst about a decision like this. So I'll hold my comments. We have another meeting in a couple of weeks where I think there'll be additional comments, but this was not easy. And I'll just say again, this is not ideal. And it really is the result of trying to fix a system that is broken, and there are great limitations by which it can be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. From Ms. Vera? Or Ms. Drifker, you want to go first?
Ladies first.
Ms. Vera, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out. It was, you know, it was really sad to hear from each one of the people who were here supporting our students, paraprofessionals, and teachers. With all the respect to Mr. Moore, our superintendent of the great West Orange School, Ms. Flowers and the dear board members, and the representative to our lawyer, I would like to express how I feel about this situation. Basically, I disagree with the proposal to hire an outside provider to work with our paraprofessionals. Our students must always remain our first priority. Our special education students deserve to be supported with compassion, care, and respect, ensuring consistency and stability in the service they receive. I heard so many stories, parents coming today to support the staff. Additionally, our paraprofessionals are among the lowest paid professionals in our district. They play an invaluable role in the daily lives of our students. They have built trusting relationships, and our students rely on them because they feel respected, supported, and included. Preserving this relationship is essential to maintain a positive and effective learning environment. When I was elected on November 2023, my slogan was Children's First. That's why I'm advocating and hope I know the money, and thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for the information we provide to all of us. But I'm still thinking about our children are the first. I am a former Spanish teacher. I'm a school counselor, grandmother of 3 kids who are attending West Orange school system. And I was 38 years or 39 years living in West Orange. I always talk about West Orange was one of the best school districts. That's why I remain living here, even though, you know, taxes and rent are very expensive. Thank you to all of you for being here today. And at the same time, maybe I don't want to take much time because it's late. I had the pleasure to participate in the Best Buddy celebration at West Orange High School. It took place on March 21st. It was a wonderful and meaningful event that highlighted inclusion and community. A special thanks to Ms. Maria Navarrete for hosting such a successful celebration, and congratulations to an outstanding event. I'm not talking about only Best Buddy, I'm talking about all the students, special needs students and regular students that paraprofessionals work with them. This is daily life, and it's 25 years working as in the school system. So I know what you were talking about. So hopefully we can do something in order to solve this situation that we are passing. Thank you for being here today, and I'm here for our children of West Orange.
Thank you. So I'll save, like Mr. Stevenson said, I'll save some of my comments for the next meeting. Basically, where to begin? So many comments were made. I'd like to respond to some of them, but not all. I like the fact when somebody said that they wanted to be our partners and not our adversaries. I like that very much. I was, I had to laugh when the gentleman was talking about the bubble, and we're paying for the bubble that was built in 2003. That is a great analogy to what's going on here now. We are stuck with expenses, promises, and commitments that were made long before I even moved to town. And we're doing the best we can. I always appreciate parents who show up. I don't agree with everyone, obviously. And in fact, a lot of the people that don't show up are the people that elected me. And so what do I mean by that? I ran the first time because we were so appreciative to the schools for the way they took care of my son. And I thought it was a way of giving back. And then I thought that would be it. And then like 150 public school parents asked me, and I still have some of the emails, in English, in Spanish, in Creole, which I don't speak, to please run again. So I did. And that's why I'm here. And it's frustrating because I remember the first time we were here, one of the first meetings, you couldn't stop people from saying, we want Mr. Moore. You have to put Mr. Moore in as superintendent. And we put the poor guy in, and there he is. He's dealing with all of this. But he deserves a little credit. He shifted our healthcare plan to a self-insured entity, which saved us millions. He changed the 6th grade situation, which seems to be working out. So when he says we have to do something, I listen. When I had first heard about the paras and this plan, I didn't know what they were talking about, to be honest with you. I was shocked. I didn't know you could even do that, and I didn't want to do. I've been, people get up and they say, "Come to our school, come see what." I've been to every school. That was a promise I made. I've been to every school. I've spoken to every principal. I've been in classrooms, teachers, paras, school nurses, everything. I know the value of paras. I can assure you that. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing, that this is on the table. And then I say, well, what else? What are we doing here? This $14 million is like this big number in the sky. What are we doing? So that was one disappointment. The second disappointment was when I made the mistake of saying, hey, could I be on the negotiating committee with Mr. Stevenson? Yeah, that was disappointing as well, because I really assumed that we would get further faster. I knew that the administrators had a contract. I thought maybe that would be the prototype for where we were going, and it hasn't worked out. So that's all very frustrating to me. I had never heard of longevity payments. I've been working since I was 15 years old. I see the value in them, but no one's ever paid me because I was there for 10 years or 15 years. And I'm happy to keep it going, but every district is making adjustments to the times we're living in. And this is certainly, I've been in unions. My uncle started the Philadelphia Teachers Union. I'm a union guy, I would say. I'm supportive of unions. I worked with 1199 at Newark Beth Israel for a dozen years. I think I was in the union when I worked in Atlantic City as a kid. So this is not about that. There's just something here that we cannot connect on. The teachers who, I have a special relationship with, many of whom I consider personal friends in this town and others. They have a union, God bless them, strong union, well-funded, a lot of friends in Trenton, and I believe that's important. We have parents who I also have a lot of respect for who tell us that we need to raise taxes. Okay, they're well organized, that's great. There is a whole group of people in town who aren't, maybe they're not here, maybe they don't want to speak up, who are like, what are you kidding me? I can't afford this anymore. I encourage everyone in this room to run for something, run for anything. It was the greatest education I could have. Every day I went out to meet strangers, and every day at least one of them told me they're moving out of town or they're moving out of Essex County because they can't afford it anymore, especially the old people. And I'm sorry, I have to draw a line on that. We just can't keep raising our taxes and hoping that things are going to work out. So, that's where I am. If there's something comes up and there's another way to do it, I hate this whole thing. It's ugly. Everybody who spoke, I was nodding my head, I'm clapping my hands, and I'm up here. But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to everybody. If someone can come up and, aside from telling us how rotten we are, tell us where we can find $14 million, we'll do it. I'll vote for that. And by the way, just to save some of the emails, if we took a 100% salary cut, we'd still be at zero. All right, we don't make any money for this, Joy. All right, thank you.
Just for the record, I make twice as much as the rest of them.
Right.
And if you're not a math teacher, 2 times 0 is also 0. All right. Thank you all for those comments. We will move on to our resolutions. May I have a motion to approve the personnel items A1 through A6?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Vera. I want to congratulate the following retirees: Michelle DiMatteo, a computer app STEM technician at Liberty Middle School for her 10 years of service, and Susan Vaughn, an administrative assistant at Central Office for her 18 years of service. Thank you all for your service to students in West Orange, and welcome to the club where every day is Saturday. Is there any other discussion on personnel?
No.
No.
Hearing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Ifker,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
He's asleep. He's asleep.
We'll skip him.
Vice President Vera,
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes. Next, may I have a motion to approve the curriculum and instruction items B1 through B5?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Ifker,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson, Vice President Vera,
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes. All right, may I have a motion to approve the finance items C, special services items A1, and business office items B1 through 11?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Just want to call out, this is the set of resolutions that includes the resolution about the intersection down at Mitchell and Gregory, which I spoke about earlier. So on behalf of the parents that submitted that, I would ask my colleagues to support that. Again, it is a dangerous intersection that people have been complaining about for some time, and if we can do our part to get the county to address it, I would be happy to do that. Any other discussion? No? Ms. Flowers, please take the roll.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Ifker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson? Vice President Vera?
Yes.
President Rock?
Yes. All right, finally, may I have a motion to approve reports item D1 through 2?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll.
Dr. Bryant?
Yes.
Mr. Ifker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson? Vice President Vera?
Yes.
President Rock?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to my board colleagues for that. Next up, we will have petitions and hearings of citizens for any agenda or non-agenda items that you wish to discuss. While you have 3 minutes, I would ask that you
30
use about 3 seconds. Go ahead, Ms. Cohen.
Deb Cohen, 26 years. I live in Madison. I just need to address, because my prepared document got thrown out at the beginning, the tech and engineering being part of the phys ed department needs to be looked at. Supervisors, we can report to anybody. That's not actually the issue. The issue is we need to keep our coordinator. We have specialized things that we need to have that for. So all we're asking, and I'm going to email you what my comments were that are a little more in depth, is that needs to be looked at. If we need to stay with PE, fine. It should be science, but whatever, we can go to wherever, but we need our coordinator.
Seeing none. Thank you very much. Our next board meeting will be held at 5:30. Is it supposed to be 5:30, Ms. Flowers, or 6:30? Yeah, sorry, we'll meet at
6:30.
executive session at 5:30. The public meeting will be at 6:30.
Correct.
Monday, May 4th, at the West Orange High School Library Media Center. We will not be going into executive session after the close of this meeting today. There will be no further business discussed. No additional action will be taken. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you, everyone. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our meeting is now adjourned. We wish you a good night.